Hello, everybody. Well, Jen, you're on stage. Where am I?
Are you?
Hello, it's Jen's show today, everybody. See ya. Where the heck?
That's
There's
so funny.
always something in my world, eh? Always something in my world.
Yes,
How's
so
everybody
funny.
doing? It's still the tail end of Mercury retrograde. Give me some finesse. That's not definitely only maybe 5% of the problem. How's everybody doing? So a little earlier today, I want to start doing, I've said this before, so I don't know. I know this time's not ideal for everybody, but I definitely want to start doing earlier lives here and there. So it's nice to see everybody. We're going to start off with something and just want to get the rules set out straight. I talked to Krista about it and Hope in our members, and then Krista came up a little bit before this. Just explain, I'm not trying to be difficult, although I have very high standards and can be hard to get along with. I get it. And so, I apologize in advance if I'm a little bit jumpy or triggered by anything that anybody says. And oh, Donna, an apology for responding in a triggered way. But I also want to bring to your attention that Jen and I had a legal threat for defamation, and I had to remove a live stream as a consequence of that. And I did some chat GTP research, and if I had not removed the live stream because it was brought to our attention, could have brought legal liability to myself. And had that person not warned me in writing that they were sending that to their lawyer, which they did, I have removed the stream, and ignored that, then I'm liable. And had nobody caught it, or that person not mentioned it, and it kept being out there in YouTube world on a live, anybody in the comments section making an accusation is liable for lawsuit. So we're going to have some new ground rules to protect everybody. So going forward, I'm going to let you mods, you beautiful mods, do your work. I'm going to stay more focused, which I desperately need, which will mean less interaction with everybody in the chat, but I will take deliberate breaks. Jen and I will say, hey, let's take a break. So I don't interrupt Jen like I do, because I want to get into the chat. So it'll be more organized. And until the break and we stop your chats, I'm not going to look. I'm going to actually turn that part of the screen off. So because I don't need any bunny trails, anybody leading me down bunny trails. I can do it all by myself, well and good. So to keep me on track. And so the rules are stay on track, please. And please we're not going to discuss other creators going forward. I don't care if they have a great idea, saw a vision. I don't care. It's open to discussions I just don't want to have. I don't want to be at risk for anything. In where we're talking about suspect, I will not know the initials. It will not come to my brainwave, because I don't do enough of the detailed research for things to stick. So the mods, you'll have to rely on the mods, and the mods I will rely on to answer that, because I won't know who you're talking about if I'm reading the initials. But I say, to protect everybody, if we're talking about somebody as a suspect, use initials going forward. Every opinion is going to have IMO in it, or it will be removed by the mods. If you're negative up towards Jen, a guest, myself, or anybody else in the chat, in our community, or another creator, you will be warned once and then blocked. Period. No, there's non-negotiables. This is a firm boundary I'm setting going forward. So I'm going to try to not have to announce this for every live, but I suspect for a few lives until everybody gets caught up. But I will post and keep posting the rules. Okay, so it's not to be a biatch. It's to make sure that we can all enjoy ourselves without any threats. And that's the thing that we learned from Borhorn Betty. You don't need a rational person to come out. They just need, and they have grounds I've researched, especially in Canada, for defamation. So just let's keep it pleasant, okay? Okay, so let's get into it now. Jen, I was thinking I wanted to start just with a discussion, if you guys will just let me show this, because Vinny did this yesterday, this video, and I thought it was about a case, and so I thought, hey, let's like look at this as a new crime case and remade, but it's more about the system. And I think we have to listen because we're in true crime and we are in the missing persons, business. And so listen up because I want to talk about this, Jen, if you want, and anybody else that wants to comment on what we can do to improve the system, because his guest speaker's answer really actually made me so upset, like an excuse. But listen, you'll know what I'm talking about.
On July 27th, officers found the 10-year-old was not breathing, and they say they could see bruising, cuts, and that the little girl was malnourished.
She sustained subdural hematomas, bruising up and down her entire body, missing toenails.
Those injuries described by prosecutors this week as both Baptiste and Woods appeared in court, now charged with first-degree murder following Rebecca's death on July 30th.
This story involving a 10-year-old girl named Rebecca Baptiste will break your heart, and it will make you seething mad at the same time. We're talking about the torture of a beautiful little girl. Ashley Holden from Scripps News Group has the story.
Over a long period of time, this child was subjected to some horrendous conditions.
In court, Apache County prosecutors describing the injuries of 10-year-old Rebecca Baptiste.
I have marked, if for the court's consideration, exhibits 2, 3, and 4, which are excerpts from some of the hospital records regarding Rebecca, the victim who died, indicating both acute, so some very recent significant injuries that she sustained, subdural hematomas, bruising up and down her entire body, missing toenails, and then also long-term care issues.
While we still don't know her cause of death, a newly obtained police report says on July 27th, it was Rebecca's dad, Richard Baptiste, and his girlfriend, Anicia Woods, who called 911, saying Rebecca was not breathing, telling police she had run away and had been found by a neighbor. But both Richard and Woods were arrested. The little girl was taken to Phoenix Children's, where she died 3 days later.
An actual medical diagnosis said that the above findings are highly concerning for child physical abuse, child sexual abuse, and torture.
Prosecutors allege 2 other children in the home also had injuries. A new complaint says Rebecca's dad and Woods are now charged with first-degree murder and child abuse.
Rebecca was an absolutely beautiful human. She was one of our best students.
The Empower College prep community left grieving. ABC 15 was told Rebecca and 2 of her siblings were students there until family says they recently moved out of the valley. Administrators say staff reported suspected abuse or neglect to the Arizona Department of Child Safety 12 times in the last year.
In terms of what you guys did see, what kind of prompted you to report?
On more than one occasion, and more than one of the Baptiste scholars shared that they felt unsafe or that they did not want to return home. They would make allegations and have markings on them that were evident that aligned with the allegations that they made.
Administrators say DCS told them the case had been assigned to an investigator at least 4 times, but now they want answers.
Do you feel like the state let these kids down?
Yeah, absolutely. We believe that the lack of absolute follow-through or investigation to support these kids and keep them safe, both physically, psychologically, mentally, emotionally, was not done.
I have to stop and comment for fair use. But y'all, this child's teachers reported the case 12 times, and she was still murdered about the abuse at home. 12 times. Did the system fail this kid? Oh boy, it sure did.
When a child doesn't have a parent to protect them, when a child is being abused by a parent, the last line of defense is the rest of us, the rest of society. And in this case, the school teachers and the administrators, they stepped up, they did what they were supposed to do. They reported it. Then the people whose sole job is to protect the child didn't protect the child. How does that happen? We know what's gonna happen to dad and the girlfriend. I don't even need to talk about that. Let's talk about saving our children here. Think Tank back with us. Nick Longo, Eklund Mercy, and Ellis Palavidas. Eklund, I don't know, 12 times 12 times in a year, they're called. Where there's smoke, there's fire. My goodness, how could you investigate and no toenails? What is going on here?
The issue is the Department of Child Safety. They're booked. They are busy. The case managers have they have files, case files like 100 kids or 100 families, and 100 families, not just minor issues. These are 100 families with
We having technical difficulties.
severe issues. It makes sense for
was
case
I
to try to get to that case.
Thank you, because I forget to mute unmute. I was saying, I don't know if this woman's answer annoys you as much as it does me, but this excuse that they're busy doesn't wash with me. The CPS was called 12 times. If that's not the top of the folder for the files that should get like visited, I don't know, man. I don't know how many more times a file has to go out. And the reason I saw this, Vinny put this out last night, and I saw it and I thought it's so relevant to the three cases we're talking about today. We're talking about Jayden Spicer, who had mom lost custody for neglect, for child neglect. He goes to live with grandma. Grandma dies, and somehow the system thinks it's wise to send him back to the mother who's lost custody. Like, make sense. We hear the same thing about Sebastian Rogers. Yeah. DPS was called, and guess about Jack and Lily? DPS was called, and I thought, wow, Vinny got this timing, for us right with this story. We have to start figuring out how we can do better with the systems, because Canada and the US, like Jack and Lily had the same issue Sebastian did. How is it that Faith was able to go back in Chris's custody with a pending investigation and a missing child? Like, that boggles my brains. I mean, at least thank God in Canada, Daniel and Malaya, as far as I understand, don't have custody of the kids now. I hope that's the case, but anyways, let's finish. This one really blew my mind. Toenails missing, like 12 reports. Anyways, I don't know what we're going to do, but I think, to Vinny's point, I think as advocates of true crime in missing kids cases, when families are obviously, I would say, the most common source of disappearance, it would appear, we have to speak up, and we have to start asking the politicians to fund more money. This is not, as Vinny goes on explaining, these are our kids, this is our future, and this is not an excuse.
It's for case managers that probably were overwhelmed, that got fired that quick, because it's that hard of a job. Being a case manager is traumatic. So one case like Rebecca's, but there's hundreds in your bag. Like, you have 100 files of Rebecca's, and at any given point, it can get to a fatal, but you don't have the funding, you don't have the people, and the case managers they're not taught to be able to seek out which ones are dire. You know what I'm saying? They're not trained sufficiently to be able to do their job to protect babies like Rebecca. So it's really sad, because the teachers
it's sad, it's tragic, but here's the thing, Ellis. I watch news. I hear all this talk about millions for this, millions for that, all this money that is wasted in our government, whether it's federal, local, state, doesn't matter. It is wasted left and right. How on earth can we as a society not have more money to plug into here? These are the most vulnerable. These are our children, like society's children. And when their parents are the ones who are inflicting the pain and the torture, this is when we need the resources to step in. No caseworker should be so overwhelmed, or a system so overwhelmed, that when 12 calls come in about a child being tortured, that nothing gets done. How on earth does our government and look us straight in the face and say, yeah, it's okay, with all the money they waste on everything else?
Well, I think that eventually a civil suit's going to happen, and I assure you that resources will be found to pay that judgment when that comes through, because at 12 calls, you have an issue. So sometimes maybe it'd be better if there was a more efficient allocation on the front end, because you're going to be paying for this on the back end.
It gets me so angry, Stephen, because we know we pay a lot of taxes. We know we do. Everybody does, whether it's sales tax, property tax, state tax, local tax, city tax, whatever, death tax. You just get tax. The money's there. It's where it goes. And why this doesn't make its way to the top of the ladder. These are our children. This is our future. These are the people who cannot, these children can't protect themselves if it's their own parents who are inflicting the damage. How on earth do we let this happen? Collectively, all of us.
I think it's a complete failure within the Department of Child Safety's own procedures and policies. To Ellis's point, when the civil suit does come, and it will come, I think we'll get a good look at the failures of those policies and procedures. Regardless, we all know that government workers and caseworkers within this department are overworked. That's why we're supposed to have efficient policies and procedures to follow so that the cases that are supposed to be prioritized to protect children get done first. The department's name is Child Safety. How can we not look at this as a complete and utter failure of one of our government institutions?
This is so.
That's the entire point of the department. That's your entire point of existence. And if they can't do it, they got to figure it out, man. And you're right. I think this is why I'm bringing it to your attention. I think it needs to be people calling the politicians at your municipal level, your federal level, whatever state you're in. If you want change, we have to be the voice for these kids. And so that's why I'm saying, that's why I wanted to bring that up. I don't know how everybody wants to do that. That's going to be totally up to you. But I'm just saying, I think it's about people in society starting to say, like, we hear about trafficking rings and pedophile rings and all that on a daily effing basis. When are we going to say enough is enough, and that we better have better systems to protect our kids, period. I mean,
so, and yeah. By the way, 2 more children, thank goodness they got out, but it's really hard to accept, right? We know it happened. It won't be the last time this is going to happen, and it's certainly not the first. It's going to happen again and again and again. But like, if you're running a government and this is a department, like, how do you not say, okay, this is the one, this is our top priority. Let's start here and then take care of everything else. Because if the children aren't safe, what's the point? If we can't protect children, and it's not like, oh, we got a call and we went out there and they made it look pretty. You get 12 calls, and the teachers, so good. They're keeping their eyes and ears open. The kids were actually, it seems like they were actually speaking up themselves, and no one's listening. Well, the teachers were listening, but no one else was listening to protect them.
That's so sad.
Really, really sad, eh? Did you want to add anything? And the elderly too, Hope. That's exactly it. Like the vulnerable, Did you want to add to that, Jen? I don't want to hype on it too much. I just thought it was worth mentioning because,
I think it is worth mentioning because, that's a big problem. The CPS, they don't, I don't even want to hear their excuses. They can say those excuses.
Yeah. Like, yeah, like it's
do something different then. I mean, it's just we're failing our kids in a big way.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
and
that case is horrific.
Yeah. And that woman's response, I guess, bothered me because she's just drinking too much corporate Kool-Aid as far as I'm concerned. Like, right. If you are working for a corporation and there's a bottleneck and there's a problem and you're not speaking up, you're not part of the situation as a solution. You're part of the fucking problem as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Jeff. One excuse is as bad as another. And if she says, well, we're overburdened, the answer should be, we're not trained, but we should be fighting for better training. Because that person's excuse that I didn't get to it because I got too many files, I bet you the lawsuit ain't going to care. I bet you the judge ain't going to care. This is your job and your responsibility, and you failed to do it. Now, don't tell me you didn't have enough time to do your job. So it's, anyways, I thought her answer was indicative, in my opinion, of someone institutionalized in the system that's drinking the Kool-Aid, like making excuses instead of saying, yeah, I'm in it. It's a problem. I'm trying to fight it. And this is what we can do to change it. That's what she should have done as an expert. But
Right.
anyway, in my opinion, just what do I know? I'm just saying, like, that's what I would have wanted to hear. And you can hear Vinny kind of going, okay. Like, not really the answer I wanted to hear. Okay, so let's get, I want to just bring this up now. We're going to just do an update on Devil's Den. I thought that was interesting. And then we're going to get in, we'll do one update on Jayden Spicer. And then we're going to get into Jack and Lilly and Sebastian. So this one is interesting. You've probably seen it. It's only a minute long.
Double murder in Arkansas has led to a re-examination of an unsolved stabbing death at Devils Lake State, Arkansas County. The victim killed while hiking alone. Megan Lee brings us the new details.
A chilling murder in Arkansas at a state park is now sparking concern from law enforcement here in Wisconsin. They are now looking into leads that the suspect in those killings, Andrew McGann, could be connected to the unsolved murder of John Schmutzer.
So remember the couple that were stabbed when they were hiking with their two daughters? I did one reading on it. Okay, so he was the teacher. Again, a system that didn't work to protect children. This guy's a teacher. He has parents rumbling that he wanted their daughters to sit on their laps and it was inappropriate behavior. And the schools just shut their mouth and tell him to leave or whatever. He leaves on his own. Now he goes to another school in another state and it's just swept under the rug because the systems wasn't being used, or there isn't a system, like you were saying, Jen, for cross states. So here's yet another example of systemic failure. So now this guy has moved and had 3 different teaching jobs in a few years, and they're now linking him to when he was in another state as the possible murderer of that woman.
2020 at Devils Lake State Park.
I still believe that there's a person or our people who know who is responsible for John's death.
That statement made in 2021 by now retired Lieutenant Chris Zunker with the Sauk County Sheriff's Office. Now the case is being re-examined after the brutal murder of Clinton and Kristen Brink. They were hiking with their 2 daughters at Devil's Den State Park in Arkansas on July 26, a name very similar to Devil's Lake State Park about 2 hours west from here in Milwaukee, where Schmutzer was stabbed to death.
We just simply think that he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was alone. It was probably an attack that he did not see coming.
According to a detective with the Sauk County Sheriff's Office, a week after McGann's arrest in Arkansas, authorities received several tips referencing him. Now, DNA has been requested from Arkansas to determine if he could be connected or ruled out from John's case. Reporting for TMJ4 News, I'm Megan Lee.
I'm confused. So is McGann, is he still the main suspect on the couples?
Yes. Oh, yeah. He's been arrested.
Okay.
Yeah. But what they're saying is when he had another teaching job in a different state, and they're now thinking that that woman that was walking the trail that was murdered, that he might have done it while he was living there as a teacher before moving to Devil's Den area.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Wow.
And that's my point. Like, this guy had behavioral issues as a teacher. It doesn't get reported. It gets swept under the rug. He moves a different state to get a different teaching job. And lo and behold, the guy murders 2. Like, like I said, I think I've said before, my dad taught me some very valuable lessons about people, and a leopard doesn't lose its spots. Right. If you're a sadistic predator and you're creeping on little children's laps, and the school is ignoring the parents' accusations of this, sweeping it under the rug and letting them get another job because they're not reporting it, those should be, like, those are signs of behavior that's inappropriate. Like, I don't know how a school in their right mind can justify trying to protect kids and ignoring a behavior like that. Like, that's just wild. So anyways, that's all. I just thought it was interesting that they're now looking at him for another murder before those 2. Yeah, in a different state.
Yeah.
So like those patterns of behavior, I guess my point is they're noticed. See something, say something. They're patterns that we've noticed, whether it's the children calling in CPS, whether it's the teachers in this case. There was behavioral concerns that got swept under the rug and people lost their lives. And so, we don't want to go to the other extreme with like, oh, this woman looked like she's off her rocker, arrest her. Obviously, we have to have cause. But it seems to me like a lot of these cases with the kids, are just negligent, like utter negligence.
Yeah.
So, you know, okay, let's change the energy because it's a little bit, I wanted to start educational, but it's like heavy. You know, we can't change the world today, but certainly, you know, we're doing our part by bringing awareness. And that's where it has to start. It has to start with awareness. We have to be aware that the systems, and be willing to say the systems aren't working. How do we fix them? You know, and yeah, and they're the red flags. Exactly. Those are the red flags we talked about in our members live. You know, where if your intuition is telling you this child is not being cared for, don't dismiss your intuition, you know?
Right.
Right. So, okay. So this is an update on Jayden's. I thought we would listen to this, and then we'll get into Jack and Lily.
Breaking news: 10-year-old Jayden Spicer is still missing. We're talking about the little boy who vanished in Jackson, Kentucky. His mom and his stepdad, seen right here, reported this little boy missing on Wednesday morning. So we're over 4 days now, and he has still not been found. Now, I made a prior video. Mom exposed, the mom being exposed. Her name is Felicia Gross, and that is Jayden's mom. But this is the stepdad. Look at this guy right here. Joshua Gross. He was living in the same trailer when Jayden vanished. When they reported him missing, they claimed, the stepdad and the mom and whoever else was in that house, claimed that he vanished sometime during the overnight hours of Tuesday into Wednesday. So many searches out there. Volunteers, law enforcement, EquiSearch, the community. People are starting to call out the stepdad. They're saying that he has done bad things to children in the past. He has a criminal record, and family members of Jayden, like aunts, are saying things don't add up. I want to share what's going on. Plus, this guy here, Joshua Gross, and Felicia, Jayden's mom, spoke to the media a few years back about living right by now Vice President J.D. Vance. I'm going to share that too. So their voices, you'll get to hear their voices and everything dealing with this family. I titled this video Stepdad Exposed, because you need to listen to what I'm about to share and show you about the stepdad. And then we will further discuss. Check it out.
Three little boys playing in a creek under the watchful eyes of their parents, right across the street from a house where another young boy used to spend a lot of time. You live near where J.D. Vance used to spend all his summers, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Correct. Yeah, just pretty much right here.
This is Jackson, Kentucky, in the heart of Appalachia. How'd you feel when you heard that he's the Republican vice presidential nominee?
I was actually proud. It came across really, like a proud feeling, like you can accomplish something just from this little area. It tells me kind of, one of my little boys could possibly grow up and become vice president one day. You never know.
In J.D. Vance's book, Hillbilly Elegy, he says he grew up in the Rust Belt city of Middletown, Ohio, but also here in Jackson, where he would regularly travel with his grandparents to visit other family members. Do you know who you're going to vote for?
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Jayden Spicer was last seen earlier this week at his home on Panbowl Branch Road near.
So those are the parents. So you couldn't tell from that interview, like, you know what I mean? Like, and JLR makes the point. If these people aren't camera shy, why did they write a note when their kid's missing instead of going on camera? Really curious behavior. And they both had a criminal past, and they decided to put Jayden back in their care. Wild.
Jackson, it's in Breathitt County.
WKYT's Phil Pendleton talked to some relatives who are questioning why he suddenly disappeared. It's our top story at 6.
Lisa, add in my opinion, please.
Branch Road in Breathitt County.
There's some stuff that just doesn't add up in this case.
Police say they were told that Jayden went to bed Tuesday night but was missing on Wednesday morning.
And as two aunts and mothers, we've questioned a lot of the information ourselves.
State police say numerous search crews combed the woods and hilly areas, even using sonar underwater. There's been no solid leads, but they say they are leaving no stone unturned and looking into every possibility.
He's a good boy. He's very sweet and loving. He is very hyperactive.
He likes to be on the go.
On the go 24/7.
They say that he would never venture out in the dark and try to climb the rugged terrain that surrounds his home.
He does not like insects at all. So
or the dark.
them looking up in the hills. I mean, any child can go anywhere, but it just seems so unreal that he would go up there.
They say Jayden can be hyperactive, and that can be difficult to deal with. They say this has been almost too much for them to handle.
Tore up, shocked,
Heartbroken.
confused. Don't know if we're coming and going. Don't know where to start.
Numerous Breathitt County agencies were looking Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Some help coming from out of county expected Friday afternoon. Breathitt County, Phil Pendleton, WKY.
And search crews have looked high and low near his home with a helicopter, dogs, and boots on the ground. There's still no sign of him. As Jay Sobardo reports, state police are now expanding the search area and racing the clock.
It's been 3 days of unanswered questions. Where is 10-year-old Jayden Spicer? What happened to him? And is there hope that he's still alive?
My honest to God opinion is something's happened to that child, and it's broke my heart, because somebody would have found something by now. I'm praying for the Lord to show us, he's okay, or to find him, but in my mind, it's like it's just a recovery.
The blonde-haired, blue-eyed 10-year-old was last seen around 9 p.m. on August 5th wearing blue Sonic the Hedgehog pajamas. He reportedly went missing from his home in the area of Panbull Branch Road in Jackson either overnight or in the early hours of Wednesday morning.
Upon arrival of units on scene, they immediately began a search of the immediate area, followed by a larger scale search that's been followed out in conjunction with Breathitt County Emergency Management, along with multiple search and rescue teams.
As day 3 of the search comes to a close, KSP says they've exhausted all resources at their disposal, and they've decided to expand the search beyond the area of Panbull Branch.
Unfortunately, we've not been able to locate a lot of evidence suggesting that he would be close by. So unfortunately, we're kind of at the same spot we were when we started the search.
KSP sent Fox 56 a picture of this note written by Jayden's mother asking for prayers for her family and her son. Tonight, the community came together at the Panbull Church to do just that.
I just hope and pray he's found. I really afraid we're not going to find him.
We must continue hope, but unfortunately, at this point, where we're at in the investigation, it's a race against the clock. We're essentially at kind of our last leg. We need to locate him immediately.
Anyone with information that may help in the search is encouraged to contact Kentucky State Police. They say they're taking all possibilities relating to his disappearance into consideration.
All right, people are also talking about the stepdad and know him personally and personal experiences that he had around children. One person here, Christina McIntosh, says, Riley Fike, not just the mom, the stepdad too. The stepdad used to be married to my not biological son's mother. He abused our son when he was 8 years old, choked him, etc., and body slammed him on the couch one night. We had to go to court to get an emergency protective order against the husband. Our son is now 24, but he still remembers everything. Whoa. So Mr. Cross here, Josh Cross, has been in trouble before as in reference to, doing things to children. What is up with this guy? All right, this is the public Facebook profile of Joshua Gross, the stepdad of Jayden Spicer. He was living in the same house as Jayden Spicer with Felicia Gross, a.k.a. Felicia Spicer, and he's the stepfather. You heard his voice speaking with Felicia, and this is his public Facebook profile. Now, the very first thing I notice here is he has a Facebook, hasn't posted anything since 2018, but has posted nothing about his stepson being missing. This is him right here, Joshua Gross, been in trouble with the law numerous times in the past. There has been accusations against him of doing things with another child. So it says here he's working for himself. Breathitt County High School, Campton, Kentucky, Jackson, Kentucky, a little bit about him.
Just want to recap that text that JLR showed was allegedly a text from the stepmother of his was his ex-wife, I think. So, and he beat her stepson so she has personal knowledge of this man as a father, and so scary.
Where was he during that time, Tuesday night into Wednesday, or days before little Jayden was reported missing? Where was he? And how come he's not speaking out about his stepson being missing? How come he's not out there searching with all the volunteers, blood, sweat, and tears, volunteers out there risking their own life, going through the terrain, Panbull Branch Road, going through the wooded terrain, volunteers, EquiSearch, authorities, drones, canines? How come he's not out there? Looks like he's an able-bodied individual, right? Looks like he's physically fit and he could go out there and search. Why isn't he out there searching? My sources tell me he hasn't been out there searching. Doesn't speak about his stepson being missing. Here he is. Here's some photos of him. Where was he? Tuesday night into Wednesday. So you got a look of him. And how come he's not going to the media? He wasn't shy. Him and Felicia wasn't shy about speaking to the media before about living right by where J.D. Vance used to live, but they can't go on the news now and plead for their son's return. It's been days now. Today is Sunday. So we're talking into Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, over 4 days now since this little boy was reported missing. And there's still a lot of limited information. But who is this guy? What was going on inside that trailer? Did the boy run off, wander off, ran off because he couldn't take the step-parents or stepdad, mom, people, whoever else was in that house? We don't know who else was in that trailer there. We don't know who else was in the trailer. Panbowl Drive, Branch Drive, the trailer in Jackson. We don't know who else was in there. Or did they do something to the little boy? Hopefully, authorities are questioning him to a T. Authorities haven't said anything about them being suspects, so I want to make that perfectly clear. But the behaviors of how they're acting during this entire situation is very telling. If your child or stepchild or someone that was living in your house vanished in the middle of the night, you would probably be screaming on the top of mountains, where is my loved one? Where's my child? Because, you know, he's the father. He plays the father role, right? He's in the house. Or did he not like the stepchild? Now, we heard recently that little Jayden just went back into Felicia and Josh's care, or was Josh not even there at the time and he just doesn't care? See, that's the thing, is we don't have a lot of information, but it gives you some insight on who the guy is that also lived under the same roof as little Jayden. And this guy here, Josh, does he have an alibi? Did he take a polygraph? Is he willing to take a polygraph? Is this a criminal investigation? Are we turning into a recovery of a little boy? Does he have trucks? What does he drive? Can people vouch for him? I haven't heard anyone vouch for it. None of the family members. Some of the family members are starting to call it out. Did this guy here, is he responsible in any way for the disappearance of this little boy? Look at him. How long has he been involved in Jayden's life? They're all living under the same roof, right? These are some old pics, but one thing, don't see nothing about him with Felicia, and I don't see nothing with him with this little boy. And apparently he has lots of children from different babies' moms, apparently, and I don't see any pictures of any children. What's up? He just doesn't care? Does he not care? Let me know what you think. This is his Facebook profile. It doesn't appear. Let's see. Spicer. Let's see. Oh, yeah, he's friends with a few of them. Spicers, right? And then there's probably lots of Grosses too, right? Because last name, Gross. Yeah, well, there you go. Why isn't the family out there in the news, social media, searching, organizing searches? Why aren't they doing it? Very telling, folks. Let me know what you think.
Totally wild.
Yeah, I mean, it's just wow.
I know. Did you want to go through his chart a little bit more? Because we didn't really go through his chart. Did you want to go through his chart now?
I uploaded, right before this live, I uploaded a video, a short video of what, you know, and just showing the map. If you want to just kind of look at that video and
no, because I want other people to watch your video, and then if we watch it here, they won't. So, okay. So we'll skip that.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
yeah, just pull up his map. I think you've got it. I think you've got the link.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to, that's fine.
No, it's fine by me. I don't care.
Okay. I have to find his map, because I did get his map, but I put the wrong
can send it
link
to you
on.
if you need me to.
I got it. I just pulled up the wrong link. Hang on. No, you might need to. Hang on. So many emails. I had it. I just put the wrong link. Jennifer, Jayden.
I sent you the new link to the map that I'm working on for Sebastian from Texas Roadhouse too.
Yeah, I uploaded that.
Whew. I worked on that heavily this morning.
On what?
I said I worked on that heavily this morning.
Did you?
Yeah.
How's your tooth?
I mean, it's better. I've just got to go to the dentist and get it taken care of.
Oh, we did go through this a little bit.
We did go through this.
Yeah.
And I'm still feeling, just a certain kind of way about the the landfill. I'm hoping that that's just, I'm hoping that that's not the case. But, you know, the SOs that are around, I'm not sure. I just don't, you know, you just don't know who the parents know.
Right.
So those offenders, if you want to turn off the offenders, then you won't click on their addresses.
Okay.
There you go. And then if you scroll out, you'll see where I've got different waste transfer stations and different landfills. So that's yeah. And that is the opposition. So when he went missing, that is when Mars began to truly come into Libra and oppose the state of Kentucky's moon. So Mars was opposing their moon. Mars for the state of Kentucky is in the first house. So Libra would be in their seventh, right? So Mars was transiting in their seventh house of relationships. And their relationships in Libra could definitely be this transfer station.
Okay.
That's, you know, that's the major concern for me is that transfer station right there. And where did it go? So I've got 2 landfills. I think I've got 2 landfills on the map. You just have to scroll out. That's the Gross Family Cemetery. So
Yeah.
Josh's family cemetery is right there. And then you'll see, yeah.
Okay.
So that's a landfill. That's another transfer station.
What's a transfer station specifically?
It's just before it gets to the landfill, I would say. I don't know if Jeff is on here. He could clarify. But the landfills, I think, is where the transfer station.
Where they separate everything out, maybe, and then separate it.
Yeah, they'll take it to the landfill. So
yeah,
that right there is just, it's the fact that it's those transfer stations and the landfills are so close to the missing and so close to Kentucky. It's just worrisome. It's worrisome. You know, the fact that they have no evidence. They haven't found any evidence of him anywhere around his home in those woods. It just, we don't know when he actually went missing.
No.
The parents say that he went missing the day before school, but did they, you know, is it possible that they reported him missing because of the schools? You know, in my opinion, that would be bad. That would be really bad if that's the only reason why he was reported missing before school.
Well, that's what I picked up on a little bit, allegedly, in the reading I did, that there might have been some concealment for a bit there.
Yeah. And I know that Kentucky's, I think that that's, I hope that I'm wrong, but the transits that are coming for the state of Kentucky are in Scorpio. This Scorpio energy is definitely going to be showing. I wouldn't be surprised if we learned that they are looking in a landfill.
Yeah. I feel like this is going to be resolved faster than Jack.
I think so too.
Yeah,
I
you
hope
too.
so. I definitely hope so. I hope he is with another family member, or, you know, somebody's got him somewhere. And even though, you know, I hope he's not, I just hope he's not deceased. I hope he hasn't gone through a whole bunch of trauma either, but I would rather him go through trauma and get over it than be found deceased.
Yeah, of course. In my opinion, allegedly, he's deceased. And I think that's probably why this is going to get solved so quickly, because even though we're just talking about, you know, the parallels of these kids having been investigated for abuse in the home, no other parent other than Jayden's have gone to jail for neglect like mom did, or child endangerment. So I think, you know, any cop with half a brain would go, first line of suspicion's got to be parents, you
Yeah.
know? So
Yeah.
given their history, they probably were immediately on that trail versus, I'm just guessing, you know, it would
Yeah.
make sense.
Hypothetical. Yeah.
Hypothetically, it would make sense that they're going to find out, whereas maybe in Jack and Lily's case, we're going to watch a video here from somebody else that from Missing Canada institution. He does an analysis and sounds like he was a cop. The first time I follow him of RCMP, he thinks they've kind of done a bad job. But at least in that case, like they can't. Yeah, CPS was called, but they can't. Like they didn't have. Oh, a parent went to jail for neglect here. They had a reason to maybe suspect that the kids could be out back. But in this case, I mean, obviously they've surrounded the house. They can't find them, and their probably parents are first on the list. I would guess. I would hope.
I think by tomorrow, we may hear something more. I would say by tomorrow. Let me look at the transits. It looks like.
You think that's soon?
I think that if they're not already searching the landfill, they're going to be by tomorrow.
Okay.
Or let me see when it actually would start coming over the state of Kentucky. Yeah, it'll be tomorrow. It could be tomorrow evening. It could be Tuesday or Wednesday when they decide to look at the landfill. Yeah.
And do you think it's more likely the landfill or the cemetery, Gross Cemetery?
I would
Based on the
think.
lines.
Yeah, I would think the landfill, but just because of the government, the family cemetery is owned by the family and it's not owned by the government. So I would think that the transfer station there.
This one?
No, the transfer station that's close to their house on that blue line up there.
I gotta go zoom in.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
It may take them, it may take them somewhere else other than that location, but that energy with the relationships with Kentucky will begin tomorrow night. And then on Wednesday, it will be in transit all day with a possible, abuse. It could even be the transit that's going to be with the state of Kentucky is with Cupid, and Cupid is in Capricorn. So we're going to be looking at a place of business or a offender.
Or an offender?
Or an offender. Or an offender. I mean, they could be looking at all types of avenues like I'm looking at here too. Because at first, they're thinking they're, using their resources and looking all over the terrain and they found no evidence. So now they're going to have to reassess and look elsewhere, which would be, I'm sure that they're looking at their devices and they're looking at where they went to, what they bought, when the last time somebody else other than the family saw Jayden. I think that there's, they're doing a deep dive, and their Neptune that's in the 7th house of relationships and partnerships is in Scorpio. And Scorpio is about hidden sex, other people's money, things that are hidden, and trash, pawns, So I don't feel good about it. I hope that we have a happy ending, but we're going on a week now. We're coming on a week.
Yeah.
This is the saddest thing.
Exactly.
It's so
I
sad.
know.
God dang.
And the other thing in these 3 cases is children had developmental challenges, like just wild. And I think that puts them at higher risk, I would guess, statistically.
You would think that if something bad happened to Jayden, though, that the siblings would say something.
Yeah.
Well, they're not siblings, but they're step siblings, but you would think that they would say something like,
Well,
this is what happened, or this is what, we heard, or I don't know.
I can tell you from personal experience, when I brought my kids back to Ottawa from where we were living, because my youngest daughter was 4 years old and I got a call from the babysitter saying I had to report CPS. I had to call it CPS because your ex-husband's live-in girlfriend's son was 7 and was talking pornographic sex and showing her porno tape. And it says right on the screen, it's the map.
I know, like I'm just trying to figure this out. Like, well, there it is.
So my kids never spoke ill about the girlfriend, and yet after I raised it with my ex-husband, I said, John, you and I have a fucking problem. Children's Aid just called me. She lost custody of her kids and told me to get my kids as far away out of that house as possible, as a warning off the record, which they're legally, they have to say that your child's at risk. And so hence I was able to bring them home without much debate. There's other things that were happening that I won't get into, but the point I want to make in this is my kids were afraid to speak out until he left her. They just said nothing. I don't know what it is, but they didn't feel, and my kids and I are close. They did not feel like they could speak out against what was going down at Dad's house. So
that's sad. That's so sad that you're right. I mean, maybe, they're just scared to say anything.
Yeah. So and sometimes, like, this is a power of an authority figure. Maybe they don't even know how to express it depending on their age, or even understanding if it's right or wrong. Like, it depends on their age, obviously, for that. But like a 3 or 4 year old wouldn't understand. If all they remember is being sexually abused, they don't have any context. Maybe in their gut it feels wrong, but how, I don't know. I mean, I guess every situation is different. The point is they don't always talk, in my experience.
Yeah.
And, I felt so bad about that for a long time, because I'd ask them, because I had some red flags, and they would promise me, Jen, over and over again, no, mommy, it's okay. Until he left her, and then they were like, yeah, we hated her. And that took them years to come forward. Yeah. So it's just, even as much as I would talk to them. So it's just wild. So I think it's the element of being a kid.
Right.
And this, who knows? But yeah, you're right. I mean, that is the police question the kids. We don't know. Maybe they did say something too. We don't know.
Right.
To the police, right?
But you're probably right. They're probably too scared. They're probably not going to say anything.
I don't know. I'm going to look it up right now in chat just to see, just statistically. Holy, it's hot in here today.
I'm not sure how old they are,
No, they don't say, eh? I'm just looking up chat. Okay, here we go. I'll just show you, or I'll read it. It says, I just put, how often kids will report abuse in their homes to authorities? And chat's response is, unfortunately, children rarely report abuse in their homes to authorities themselves. Most cases come to light because someone else notices signs and makes a report. Here's what research and child protection statistics generally show. Let me just show you this, since it's a little longer. And if we want to pull up the map, we can again. Self-reporting by children is uncommon. Studies from children advocacy centers and organizations like the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services suggest that less than 10% of substantiated abuse cases begin with the child directly reporting to police or welfare. Younger children, especially under the age of 12, almost never call authorities themselves due to fear, loyalty to family, lack of awareness about resources, or not recognizing the behavior as abuse. 2, most reports come from third parties. The majority are reported by teachers, medical staff, neighbors, relatives, or friends. Parents, after noticing signs, bruises, behavior changes, disclosures. In mandated reporting states, provinces, educators, and health professionals account for a large percentage of initial reports. 3, delayed disclosure is the norm. Many survivors don't disclose until months, years, or even decades later, often in adulthood, especially in cases of sexual abuse. For those who do not tell as children, the first disclosure is usually to a friend, sibling, or trusted adult, not the authorities. Sorry, for those who do tell as children, the first disclosure is usually to a friend, sibling, or trusted adult, not the authorities. Factors that make a child more likely to report: they had previous education about abuse and their rights through school programs or trusted adults. They have a safe, trusted relationship with an adult outside of the abusive home. They feel the abuse will be believed and acted on without making things worse. If you, Statistics Canada. I don't think we need to get into Statistics Canada, but anyway, so there's the answer.
Yeah.
Scary, eh?
It is.
Very scary.
It's very scary.
Which is why we have to be the advocates, which is what we're doing here. So,
right.
Okay, so should we get into Jack and Lily?
Sure.
Y'all, my energy, I am so hot. How did everybody sleep last night? Did you sleep last night?
I usually sleep pretty dang good, unless my
Do
teeth are
you?
bothering me. Unless it was, my tooth that kept me awake. Not last night,
man.
but it kept me awake a lot last week. But
I was up till
only
2
coming
a.m.
after that.
again and had to do the melatonin again. It's like, man, that's why I'm like tired today. Because the melatonin makes me really drowsy. But I have a hard time every time there's a full moon. I have a hard time sleeping. So hopefully it's gone as of a couple days now. Hopefully tonight will be better.
I hope so.
I know. I am in the heat warning. Yeah, Wendy, that's the other reason I can't sleep, because it was 33 degrees in my bedroom with the air conditioning unit, which is, well, actually it was 33 something. So 33 Celsius to Fahrenheit is 91.4. So it's not horrible, but it's hard to sleep in that.
Well, yeah, I cannot sleep at 90. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
suffocating. My house is like at
Yeah.
75. I mean, I'm suffocating when it's 75. There's no way I can sleep at 90.
And that's with my air conditioner on, my window air conditioner. My daughter gets home from her dad's and she texts, she's like, "Oh no, it's 29 in here. Our air conditioning went down." I'm like, "Oh, here's my room temperature, 33, and that's with the AC on."
Right.
So yeah, I'm in the heat warning, Wendy. I'm feeling like I'm literally dehydrated today. I was dehydrated last night. Like I'm dehydrated. It's all good. All good. I feel like I'm getting my summer's worth, that's for sure. Okay, listening to the
Earl lived.
What's that?
I wish I knew where Earl lives.
I know. Did you see this clip?
I haven't, but I saw his name and I'm thinking, I wish I knew his address. Put it on the map.
We're gonna look at it because I think it's down towards Lansdowne. But listen, let's listen to this clip because man, this is. And then did you watch the one I sent you? It's not funny, but it was funny. Did you watch that one?
I think I did.
Yeah. I was laughing at. We'll look at this one, and then I think this is A Balance is one that we go next and watch. And it's just got some elements of humor to it. So sometimes you got to bring some levity. Well, not sometimes. I bring a lot. I try to bring levity in. I'm not doing a great job today, but this is his one. Okay, so this will bring us some levity into it. I thought it was hilarious. I actually commented. I'm like, oh, it's funny humor because you got to, or you'll go nuts with your crime. It's
you get like your heart dropped. Mine hasn't dropped. Deep down in my heart, I do believe Jack and Lily are alive. It's not because of what people are saying. It's my heart tells me that they are alive.
Oh, if something bad happens, you get like your heart drops. Mine hasn't dropped. Deep down in my heart, I do believe Jack and Lily are alive. It's not because of what people are saying. It's my heart tells me that they are alive. Of Jack and Lily.
Why is
My
this?
heart don't lie, and my heart is telling me that
Oh
my
yeah,
kid did
it
not have
says.
nothing to do with this, and I had nothing to do with this.
Lord.
Welcome, friends. We're doing a side-by-side comparison to the two people under extreme stress right now. And I wonder why you guys are to be so stressed out. Over at Joseph Morris or Mike Demand's live stream, I was watching, I believe it's Tint's interaction with Early, Daniel's father. This dude was coming out of his skin. He was so afraid. We don't know how it started exactly. Maybe he was startled, maybe he was scared, but he went on this epic rant about you effing YouTubers. He was angry and he was shouting out YouTubers. That makes me giggle a little bit, and hopefully it makes you giggle as well. It makes you feel a little bit more proud of what it is that you do out there when you're talking about this at that point in time. And remember, Mike, or excuse me, I believe whoever did the interview, Tint, and whoever was out there already, it was out there month and a half ago, I guess. It's been around for quite a while, but you know, the videos just recently surfaced and become a thing. Earl, they're pushing Earl as living in that broken down bungalow, that nasty ass trailer. That's actually his house. And then he's also got a shed with all that junk back there.
No.
And as well,
Oh my
Daniel's
God.
car.
He's claiming that's his house. Now that's just his opinion. I don't know, but isn't that wild? I thought that was the shed. The one in the Globe and Mail?
He can't drive. He can't afford to have it repaired.
Wow.
That makes
This
no
is
sense to keep the
okay.
car then.
This
But
is
that's
something
just
I
my
wanted to
opinion.
discuss. Okay. This makes complete sense. I thought we could look at this on the charts too, because if it shows up, but think about what he's saying here. Look at Daniel and Malea's home. And why is Daniel's truck at his dad's house? Because it doesn't drive. Like that, like nothing in his yard looks like it works. Like, why is he so concerned about taking the truck? It's just very curious, because I'm wondering what's that truck. Why is that truck at his dad's? It's just raising a wonder why it's there and not in the junk pile with the rest of the non-working things in their yard. It's just curious, you know?
Maybe he loves the car. Maybe he likes it. Maybe that's where he's keeping it. Maybe that's the vehicle that came back and forth 6 times over the course of 5 hours on May the 1st, the evening, in the morning of May 2nd. Old Janie is adamant that her kid didn't have anything to do with them going missing. And she knows how crazy old Daniel gets on that shake and bake that he cooks up, allegedly. And at this point, you know the guy is responsible for unaliving 2 innocent children who are extensions
In his
of
opinion.
Malia Brooks, who things were awfully tight there, my friends. Like, what sort of financial difficulty was Daniel in? Did it have something to do with the allegations by Wade over defrauding the federal government and the family services and the baby bonus by claiming to have kids living with him for an extended period of time? Is that a reason he didn't want to file his taxes? We don't know all of the details about that, but we know enough. And it's been said in the Globe and Mail that on April 30th, the federal government had cut their benefits off at that point in time. It's gotten to a certain point. So they didn't mention what year of taxes. And, you know, the CRA doesn't exactly always work in that moment. Although
I can tell you, being Canadian, that your child tax benefits, if you don't pay or do your taxes, whether you owe money or not, the Canadian government don't mess around, especially the CRA. You don't get your benefits. You just don't.
want to collect benefits, you would have had to have had your last year's income tax statement. They have to base it off of something, right? So when they moved in together and they kept changing their information and updating it, it probably came to a head. So maybe Daniel was doing a lot of avoiding. That's me speculating, but it doesn't matter. We'll go with whatever it is, canceled their benefits one day before they go missing, which is...
That's very interesting, because that puts
interesting,
right?
Yep.
An enormous amount of stress, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like that. right? Like that can't be coincidental. I don't know.
Speaks to all kinds of possible motive here. Not that that's important in a no body prosecution. Anyway, let's compare this with Earl. Old Jeannie. Some of these statements that really stand out. Old Jeannie.
With the disappearance of Jack and Lily.
No, I don't believe Daniel had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily. Our heart don't lie, and my heart is telling me that my kid did not have nothing to do with this, and I had nothing to do with this. You know, if something bad happens, you get like your heart drops. Mine hasn't dropped. Deep down in my heart, I do believe Jack and Lily are alive. It's not because of what people are saying. It's my heart tells me that they are alive.
So this ATV trail is near Earl's home. And I don't know if you guys remember this clip from earlier, but this is Earl actually getting really angry at a influencer who was visiting the home.
Yeah, you sure can. What are you doing? Put your camera down, bud. Be a man. Be a man.
Oh, so this is Earl. This is Daniel's dad.
Tell me.
Look at the chiclets on him. He's probably got some old deer teeth in there, some deer he shot in the backwoods, and he's ripped out their teeth and put it in his own mouth out as his own. Look at how beautiful his little chiclets are. He is angry. This individual has every right to be out there as anybody else.
Sorry, I just find his commentary last night. I
chased him down, but we didn't. We only.
I needed the the comic relief, I guess. So maybe it was my mood yesterday. I found him funny.
And it was Earl out there putting Tint, I believe, on camera. So he's getting a cam back. I think this is fantastic footage, but let's listen.
What can I help you?
Are you the one that sold in kids?
Me?
What are you doing here?
Are you?
What are you doing here?
Are you?
Are you here?
Are you?
What are you doing here?
Are you?
Daniel's daddy.
Another one of them YouTubers, are you?
Is anything wrong? I park my car in here?
You're not parking. You're being an idiot.
For what?
You can YouTube all you want. You low-life little.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
You can smile.
Wow. That's the first time actually I see this. That's interesting, man.
Oh, he hates YouTubers.
Calm down. I don't have to calm down.
Who heard you?
You're the one that...
Who heard you?
You.
Who heard you?
You.
Keep quiet. Keep quiet, man.
Hate you, YouTubers.
I'm not a YouTuber.
Then what are you doing here?
I'm here looking for shit. What are you doing?
Oh,
Just imagine the amount of YouTubers that are going to show up now just because of that. Oh my God, he's hostile towards YouTubers early on in the case, in the circumstance. Just random out of nowhere. This is Daniel's dad. It's hard to believe two, high-strung individuals like this, birthed a person like Daniel. You can see where the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So to speak.
Yeah,
it keeps getting better. Actually, sorry.
Daniel's dad, seriously? Okay, this dad of Daniel's is obviously not happy with the presence of people with cameras. But if you want Jack and Lily back, exposure is what you would appreciate. If you don't know what happened, you would.
Yeah, right. No matter what, you've got to be courteous and cordial to people, even if you're, put off. And it's really, an inconvenience. But this guy is wanting to go after Tint. Like if that camera wasn't on, he would have physically attacked Tint. Absolutely. That camera protected that individual in that moment. Thank you, camera.
Would welcome it. You would maybe just walk by, and if you're camera shy, you would just not look up. I guess in these parts of the world, people don't run around with cameras all day as they do where, most of us live.
That's not true.
But still, I can see how him and Janie were married.
I got the idea for the comparison. Hold on, let's go back here.
Jeez, it's not funny, but a little comic relief,
How high do you think she can get here? There we go.
You've talked about drones flying over your property. You've talked about cars driving down the road and slowing down. What's that been like?
I'm scared to go out sometimes in my own property. I mostly stay around back here. And if I do go...
Look at the chiclets. Look at the chiclets. I told you that, Earl and the old lady Janie here are related. You can tell. Absolutely. They probably had to get divorced when they realized that they were first cousins.
anything, I usually have my head down because I really don't want people to see who I am.
Oh my God, they probably had to get divorced when they realized they were first cousins. Oh my God, am I the only one that finds this funny?
No, it's hilarious.
Okay. I have to tell you a story too. When I worked at the bank, the one I told you when I was the teller and I got robbed in
Yeah.
small town Muskoka, like a rural town, not quite as remote as this, but I literally, and the name was the same. Okay. We literally had this. Okay. I had a guy come in one day and his first name and his last name were Earl.
No way.
Yes, I swear to God. I swear to God.
Wow.
And so the same name. So this is why maybe I find this so funny.
Probably so, yeah.
Because I'm like,
could name their kid Earl.
well,
Come
I
on.
said, okay, am I seeing this correctly? And he's like, yeah, it's a double relative. I remember looking to the teller beside me, Donna, and her eyes going, so his comment about they probably had to get divorced when they realized they were cousins. Oh my God. Anyways, let's move on. Need some levity.
That is me myself. It's not because I'm hiding from anybody. I don't like to be on camera. I don't like my picture taken. I'm just a quiet person that just wants to be left alone, and I mind my own business. I'm just a hermit.
Do you feel as if the finger has been pointed towards you and Daniel?
Yes, I do. Because I live on the property. Come on.
Do you think your son had...
You know, actually, I never thought I'd see a step up from that rat's nest that Janie lives in. But when you go and see Daniel's dad's place, it's like, oh, snap. I didn't think it could get much worse than that. It's like going from Nightmare on Elm Street in an Inferno into like Friday the 13th, you know, the original set that's been not maintained. Heaven's sakes.
had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily?
No, I don't believe Daniel had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily. Our heart don't lie, and my heart is telling me that my kid did not have nothing to do with this, and I had nothing to do with this. You know, if something bad happens, you get like your heart drops. Mine hasn't dropped. Deep down in my heart, I do believe Jack and Lily are alive. It's not because of what people are saying. It's my heart tells me that they are alive.
I hope so.
I hope so too.
Ooh, very, very defensive. Really? Oh, but you're so convincing. Is anybody out there convinced?
Yeah, you sure can. What are you doing? Put your camera down, bud. Be a man. Be a man.
Put your camera down, bud. Be a man. Be a man now. Put your camera down, bud. You see the types of individuals that were around Jack and Lily? Could you imagine? They're all about the bully. They're all about, dude, you're in the middle of nowhere, and this dude is coming out of the bush wanting to fight you. Maybe I should put that camera down for a second, midget. But it's hard to when this male Karen, what do you call a male Karen? This male Karen comes up out of nowhere, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But remember, at that point, when he started filming, this stooge was already going off on him and taking pictures of his car. Obviously, maybe he's a TikToker. Maybe Daniel's dad's a TikToker. Hashtag homeless life. I think homeless people live better than these people.
I think homeless people live better than this guy. Jesus.
Heaven's sakes, what's going on here? Put your camera down, bud. Put your camera down, bud.
Oh, so this is Earl. This is Daniel's dad.
Tell me, what can help you? Are you the one that stole them kids? Me?
Are you the one that stole them kids?
What
Them kids? They're his grandkids. Are you the one that stole them kids? Like, those are his grandkids. He's talking about them. Like, they're just somebody's dog. Like, them kids? Wild. Wild.
Are you in here? Are you? What are you doing here? Are you?
Daniel's daddy.
Not the one of YouTubers, are you? Is anything wrong? I park my car in here? You're not parking. You're being an idiot. For what? You can YouTube all you want. You low-life little. Oh, yeah? Yeah.
Look at the chiclets on him. Look at the chiclets. You low life YouTubers. Low life. You're the child killers. Earl.
in his opinion.
Absolutely, you are. You're going to be in all of this as well because of what it is that you're hiding right now, son. You hear me? Hiding. That's an HIDING, actually. I had to check.
Oh, yeah?
Wow. That's the first time actually I see this. That's interesting, man.
Oh, because you got to key everything. Calm down. I don't have to calm down. Who heard you? You're the one that... Who heard you? You. Who heard you? You. Keep quiet. Keep quiet, man. Hey, you YouTubers. I'm not a YouTuber. Then what are you doing here? I'm here looking for shit. What are you doing? Bullshit.
Yeah, you know, this Daniel's, that's Daniel's dad, seriously? Okay. This dad of Daniel's is obviously not happy with the presence of people with cameras.
Yeah, so I thought that was a little comedic relief. What do you think?
Yeah,
He's
that was good.
that
That was
we
good.
don't, you know, and now it makes me.
That one definitely wasn't saying, in my opinion.
That's why I was adding
I
it.
don't
Like,
think we should be worried about nothing. Not
okay. No, I was gonna say I don't think you and I ever came even remotely close to that level, but we got threatened. That's okay. We got threatened. It's all good. Live and learn. Okay. I wanted to show. Don't D mom and dad look alike, or is it just me?
Yeah, I'd love to know where Earl lives so we can put that address on there.
Well, I think he's towards the. This is going to be a repeat of the article, the Globe and Mail, which talks about it. If not, I can pull it up. But I think he's towards where Lily's blanket was found. Anyways, well, listen, we don't have to listen to all of it if y'all are bored, but this is a video done by, hang on, let me pull up the exact channel name, at Can-Am Missing Project. It's Canadian and American.
They went missing
for missing kids. And I thought, let me just put the credit up. I thought we could listen to this for a second or a little bit, depending on how interested you guys are. And because this guy's experienced in missing kids and he's worked cases, and I thought it was an interesting analysis of Jack and Lily. So we'll listen up for a minute and tell me when you're bored and you want to move on, Jen, or anybody.
May 2nd, 2025. They lived in a small area called Lansdowne, Nova Scotia.
Oh, hold on. Let me go back.
And she's in here with all over. And we're going to get right into it. Many of you know that I've been all over Nova Scotia's case about the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan. Two little kids disappeared in May. And I want to give you a little background on some things, just so you know. Police's responsibility when it comes to small kids. What you're trained at the police academy is when you go into a home and it deals with a welfare check on the kids, you really don't give a rat's butt about what the parents think. You are the sole and only advocate for those kids that are in that home. And you have to be worried about one thing: their ability to thrive in that home. And if they can't, they come out. As an example, if there's no food in the home, no question, they're out. No, sorry. No food, no kids. Now, your idea of cleanliness and my idea of cleanliness may be two different things. In general, if the common person went in the home and thought it was too filthy for the kids to be around, they come out. And as an example, I've been in a home before where there was dog excrement and cat excrement everywhere. People had stepped in it. It was all over the floor, all over the house. Kids out. There's no way I'm leaving them there. No, sorry. No, they're coming out. If there's dirty plates, dirty dishes, bugs crawling all over the counter, out. And I never had a guilty conscience about doing those things. Why? Because I was always afraid that if I erred on the side of the parents, that something would happen to those kids. And I'd come back a couple days later and I'd find a body there, and I couldn't live with that. So if I wanted to get yelled at by social services about why I took those kids out, let it be. I got big shoulders. I can take care of it. But you know what? In a 20-year career, I never got yelled at. I never got counseled. I got thanked a lot. There were times, and I can think of two, where I went into a home the day after social services were there, and I took the kids out and social services did squat. I actually called a supervisor in, my supervisor, because I wanted him to be a witness that social services hadn't done a damn thing. And together, he and I made a big stink about this to the county, saying that they weren't doing their job and that social services worker should be fired. I never know if they were fired or not, but they weren't doing their job. Now, sometimes when you're getting these predicaments where you get called to a home, trust me, this is all coming back to what we're talking about tonight. I'm just prepping you with the mindset you're supposed to be having as a police officer. Sometimes when I went into these homes, you would call for social services, their on-call rep, to get to the house. I always work nights, either 3 at night, 3 in the afternoon to 1 in the morning, or 5 at night till 3 in the morning. Social services, their main office was always closed, so you had to wait for a standby person to get there. Never had a problem with that, because when I ordered the kids out, they had to take the kids. It wasn't, we don't want to. No, you're going to. That's it. Now, they could take those kids and put them in a foster home for one night and put them back the next day, but I never heard that happen. So as the first line of defense for kids, police officers have to be thinking about them, number one. So now that you got that, let's get into this story. This is a major update on Lily and Jack. I did a lengthy story about them after they disappeared. Here's the update. I read probably 25 different articles to get to what I'm going to give you today. They went missing May 2nd, 2025. They lived in a small area called Lansdowne, Nova Scotia. They lived about 150 kilometers from Halifax. And they lived with their stepfather, Daniel Martel, and their mother, Malaya Murray. Martel was 34, Malaya was 27. And also on the property was the step-grandmother, which would be Daniel's mother, lived on the property there. They lived in a house trailer. She lived in a kind of house trailer kind of thing in another part of the property. Now, Malaya was a First Nations member and had a small baby named Meadow. So inside their living arrangement, there was a large wooden stove, kids' artwork around the kitchen, a sliding door to the side yard, where the kids played next to a chicken coop. Now, the kids regularly played right on the perimeter of the woods around their home, every day, with clockwork, every day. Now, there was a 2-lane road in front of their home that was paved. This is a pretty remote location. They had neighbors, but not many. The kids attended a school called Salt Springs Elementary. And every day they'd get their backpacks on and they'd walk out to the roadway and they'd wait for the school bus to drive up, pick them up, and take them on a 20-minute ride to school. And it was stated that they went most days. Now, the day of the disappearance, at 6:15 in the morning, Malaya, the mom, marked her kids as absent from school, and she stated because Lily had a cough. Remember, there's a reason. Lily had a cough. Now, when they said they marked them absent, I'm going to guess that she logged into a computer and did it that way. Now, Now, the morning of the disappearance, the parents said that they heard Lily and Jack playing in the next room over from where they were laying in a room with their infant child, and that they dozed off accidentally and went back to sleep. At about 9:45 in the morning, they said they woke up and they couldn't hear the kids anymore. They both got up, searched their trailer, searched the grounds, couldn't find the kids. Now, Cody Sullivan has been separated from Lily and Jack and Malaya for 3 years. And Belinda Gray is Cody's mom. Now, after this disappearance happened, she did respond and search for the kids. Now, Daniel, at the time of the disappearance, was employed at a local hardwood mill. But after the disappearance, he went on stress disability. Now, he had had his hours shortened at the mill because there wasn't as much logging going on in the area for a variety of reasons. Now, Daniel went out and started to search around for the kids the morning they disappeared. Lily's pink rubber boots and a white backpack were gone, never found. He drives around, searches the dirt roads, things, nothing. At 10 a.m., Malaya, the mom, calls 911. Daniel gets back into her car and starts searching the dirt roads and the culverts. Not long after that, the RCMP arrived, and not long after that, they called for search and rescue, and they started arriving. They didn't wait long, which was smart. With kids, you got to get right on it right away. Let's stop here for a second. Having done a variety of trips into areas where people have gone missing, having done 3 movies regarding missing 411 where kids disappear, and interviewed the sheriffs of these different jurisdictions, there's quite a variety of theories about when kids go missing and how you handle it. I interviewed a sheriff that covered a Crater Lake disappearance in one of my movies. And he said, Dave, right from the beginning with kids, you throw every resource you've got at it. First, the dogs go in, try to pick up a scent, and then right on the heels of those dogs is everyone you can imagine. If you got 500 people, you throw them in there. And he was a little pissed at the Park Service because they weren't throwing a lot of resources at it. And he said, it's their jurisdiction. I can only make recommendations. But he was mad. So different theories by different jurisdictions. But the sheriff said that when you have young kids, they don't have the ability to rebound from cold temps, bad weather, like adults do. That's why you got to get on it quickly. Well, search and rescue people started arriving soon after. And that very first day, they put up drones, helicopters, ground pounders, canines. Everyone you can imagine is looking for these kids. The first day. Now, Daniel's mom, Jeannie, lives in a camper on the property that was searched. And they searched her camper. And they searched the family's trailer. Inch by inch, multiple times. 11:30 that morning, Malaya texts her paternal grandmother stating, quote, I never thought they'd run off on me like that. I'm so distraught. 11:30 in the morning. RCMP had only been there an hour and a half. I never thought they'd run off on me like that. I'm so distraught. About 3 p.m., middle of the afternoon, she texts again, quote, many are suspecting that they were picked up by somebody because there's no trace of them and Lily's backpack is gone. Daniel was continuing to search the creek's force in the back. And he was racing around like a madman. I mean, searching hard, like a dad should. A short distance from the house, searchers were brought to a location where there's a blanket, pink blanket, tied around a branch of a tree. And Malaya said it belonged to Lily. It was torn and wound around this branch. It was about 1 kilometer from the home on a dirt road going into the woods. Strange location, too far from the home for it to be there normally. A police officer that day asked Daniel about the blanket, and he said it wasn't Lily's. Keep that in mind. Officers continued to spread the search out, going to local homes. And one of those homes belonged to Daniel's father, a man named Earl Martell. He was a retired plant worker, lived atop a hill in a home he built 40 years ago. Earl graciously allowed people to come in to search garages, trailers, old cars. Daniel's old car was a junker there, everything. And searchers kept going night and day. Stop here for a second. Already, by the time I was doing this secondary research, I was stunned. So Daniel's mom lived on the property where he and Malaya lived. And then a short distance away, his dad also lived nearby. I didn't know any of this. It was never stated before. Just saying. Now, Belinda was Earl's ex-wife, current wife. It's a little vague there. So she stated that after she heard the kids were missing, she responded down there to help the search. She also said that
I don't know if that was a misstatement there when he said Belinda was Earl's ex-wife. I think he meant Jamie. But I don't know.
she'd never been invited into Daniel and Malaya's house. But after the search started and she went down, she finally did get invited in. And she said it was a cluttered kitchen, junk-strewn yard, and it was just the opposite of neat and tidy of the woman she knew when Daniel first dated her. I'm not sure what that tells you, but that was just from one of the moms. Now, it rained several days right at the beginning of this search. Kind of hits me as a 411, right? Woods in the backyard, no scent trail, dogs aren't picking up anything, rains right away. Now, both Daniel and Malaya pleaded with the police station an Amber Alert early on because they believed that the kids were abducted. Not sure why. Police said that there was no evidence of abduction. Malaya said that the kids were very friendly to strangers. And the Nova Scotia police explained to the media and to the parents that they needed specific criteria to issue an Amber Alert, and they didn't have it. I understand that, and I get that. And if everything they're saying is true, they didn't have enough to issue an Amber Alert. Now, Daniel said something that I'd never heard before either. He said that both kids are undiagnosed autistic. Wow, that's pretty huge. He said, as long as you offer them food and water, or you say, I'm taking you to your mom and dad, they'll go with you. One of the primary duties of being a parent is teaching your kids right and wrong and how to protect themselves. Remember the old one, you don't talk to strangers? Apparently his kids do. What about the old saying, you don't take anything from a stranger? Apparently they didn't learn that lesson. Now I'm amazed that the police never said that they were undiagnosed autistics. I think that would be important. Just saying. So early in the search one afternoon, this is important. This is a big one. Early in the search, there was a discussion about meth use in Malaya and Daniel's home. This was done right at the doorway to their home. One of Malaya's relatives made an accusation saying that Daniel must have something to do with the kid's disappearance. Daniel's mother, Jamie, remember, lived on the property, owns the property, ordered Malaya's family off the property. I could see how this could be some trouble. And meth use, that's the first time I'm hearing this. So just down the road was a search and rescue headquarters, and Daniel and Malaya were there. The way the story evolved is that searchers were pointing to the maps where they had been searching in front of Daniel and Malaya. About that time, Malaya says she's not feeling well and walked out with her baby Meadow on her hip, and she was sobbing. And her mom, Cindy, was next to her. Think about this really rationally. You're giving the parents a briefing about what you're doing. You're saying, this is the area we searched. We're not finding anything. But we still have all this area to search, and we're going to do it. We're going to keep going. About this time, Malaya breaks down and walks outside with her mom on her heels. So Daniel walks outside, and it's Malaya, her mom Cindy, and Daniel. And Daniel says, hey, can I talk to Malaya alone? Cindy steps in front of Daniel and blocked him from contacting her. Daniel yells, Cindy, get the F out of here. So you have two things going on. You have the thing at the residence where they're talking about meth use and accusations. You have something over here going on at the search and rescue, and it's kind of going on at the same time, best I could tell. Malaya picked up her stuff with her mom, left, and never came back to that residence. Belinda stated, listen carefully. Belinda, Earl Martell's wife, Daniel's mom, if she could, quoting, if she could leave, then it meant she knew her kids weren't coming back. Wow. If you guys are with me, back when I originally told you this event, I said, I've never heard of a mother leaving the home where the child disappeared from during the search. I never heard that, ever. I don't care how much abuse I'm taking. I'm not leaving. You can leave. I'm not leaving. Because my kids, if there's a chance they're coming back, I'm staying. But that's just me. The Mounties made a press statement at about this time that they confirmed that the night before the kids disappeared, on May 1st, that night, they confirmed that the kids were seen by several members of the public in their yard, alive. It's important. Last time they were confirmed to be alive. Kids disappeared May 2nd, 6 days later, May 8th. RCMP received a tip from a neighbor the night, really the morning, early morning before the disappearance, sometime between midnight and 5 a.m., that the neighbor heard a vehicle coming and going from their residence throughout the night. The neighbor said he was working on his car in his yard between midnight and 5 a.m. and said a loud car went back and forth 6 times. He said, after the kid's disappearance, I thought about it and I said, I better report this. Six days after the search started, the RCMP pulled back and reduced.
I just wanted to note an interesting point in the shift from the RCMP, because they pulled back 6 days later. Was 6 days later is May 8th, the day that the neighbor reported the car the day before. So remember, I don't know if y'all remember, I'm like, they're pulling out. Like, wow, everybody was like shocked they were pulling out so quickly. I'm wondering if it's now that they had a different theory, and, you know, because 6 days to find them as a recovery, maybe not, you know, they're not likely alive, but to pull out completely and shift direction, which is what they did. Am I wrong? Am I getting this wrong? I think that's what happened. And I remember people commenting, being surprised, and I'm just curious. Well, they shifted and said this is now going to recovery. I'm also curious if this shifted what potentially may have happened to the kids with this new neighbor coming forward. It's just interesting. I wonder how it affected them.
Stop for a second. The night before the disappearance, a car goes back and forth between midnight and 5 a.m. So I remember when I was a young dad and we had young kids, the most important thing to me is to get good sleep so I could be a good parent the next morning. Who is getting up for 5 hours of primetime sleep to meet somebody coming to and from their residence hours before the kids are reported missing?
Oh,
I don't think that's a little development. I think that's a big banana development. Now, if I was the RCMP,
where did Jen go? where did Jen go? We'll see if she comes back on.
I would be getting search warrants for the phones of Malaya and Daniel. And I would be going to their cell phone carrier and getting every text message and every phone, everything that they've made in the previous week. And it only gets worse, folks. Well, in the following weeks, the police returned twice to search a pipeline area behind the house and a clear-cut trail. They also came back and they drained the home's septic tank. They inspected 4 mine shafts in the area. And they said that they'll continue to come back and do more mine shafts. And Nova Scotia issued a $150,000 reward, with the detectives saying that this case is highly unusual. Yeah. The Mounties stated that they've completed 10 different judicial authorizations. That's what they call them. We call them search warrants, subpoenas, seized records, search warrants, polygraphs, took possession of electronic devices, video files, and they did some forensic tests. This made me feel a lot better. They're at least doing something. Now, they didn't say what they did. They should have seized both phones of both parents. And then found out who they were talking to that was coming to the home the night before. And I would have put my 2 best detectives on that person that was coming to and from the house. And I would have pulled them into the office and had a little conversation about what they were doing there. And then I would have put them on a polygraph. Then I would have checked their criminal history. It's just too coincidental. And then later on, Daniel's confronted with Lily's blanket. Remember hanging on the tree? And then he changed his mind and he said it was planted there and it was taken from the garbage. Somebody planted it there. Who's that? Leia?
Whoops.
Confronted with Lily's blanket. Remember hanging on the tree?
Sorry, I was trying to see if I could get his
And then he changed his mind and he said it was planted
folks.
there and it was taken from the garbage. Somebody planted it there. Who's that? Leia? I don't know. Now here comes a really tough part for me. The day the kids vanished, Child Protective Services in Nova Scotia and the town of Glasgow, the closest town, prepared a special memo for the Deputy Minister of Nova Scotia, a guy named Beaton. But the government refused to allow what that memo said. Now, several months before the disappearance, a social worker came to Lily and Jack's home to assess life at their home. Remember what I told you about? How police officers come to the home? Daniel, when questioned, said that this was related to the kids' learning difficulties. Interesting. But when questioned further, he refused to answer.
Welcome back.
Both kids were developmentally behind other kids the same age at the school. Now here's the part I want you to pay intimate attention. The kids disappeared May 2nd, 2025. September 2024, Jack came to school with a possible black eye very light, and facial bruising. September 2024. December 2024, Jack came to school with a significant black eye. I'm just saying, I don't remember Ben, when he was young, ever getting a black eye. And he played rough and tumble hockey. Well, he did get a black eye when he was playing in major juniors. And that was in a fight. But when he was 4 or 5 years old, no, never happened. Does it happen? Oh, it sure does. But 2 black eyes, months apart? Oh, I'd be suspicious. Daniel said that one of them was caused by Lilly, and he didn't respond to other questions. Now, here's the one. I nearly fell out of my seat. Daniel, when he was being questioned, said, well, just by chance, the morning that Lilly disappeared, she had a black eye too, caused by a Tonka truck. I sat back in my chair and I said, hold your taters. Remember, social services had come to Lilly and Jack's house because of concerns by the school. Do you think that Daniel and Malaya wanted to send their kids to school with a black eye again and raise the suspicions of the school again? Or would it just be easier to say she had a cough and she didn't come to school? That's 3 black eyes and 2 kids in less than a year. Friends, I'm sorry, that's too many black eyes. Now, it was also said that Malaya and Daniel were under financial constraints. Daniel was getting fewer hours at the mill. Daniel's car was not drivable. And Daniel's father had actually brought food to their house for the family. Malaya had told her friends that Daniel was very controlling and would sometimes hold her down and take her phone. Then she said that Daniel concealed his drug addiction the first year that they lived together. How can you live with somebody and conceal a drug addiction? I guess you could if somebody was completely innocent and knew nothing, but you couldn't do that around me. And then Daniel later admitted to taking many, many types of different drugs. Daniel said he had nothing to do with the kid's disappearance. And he told the reporters that he had taken a polygraph test and passed. Now, there was never any mention by the RCMP, parents, nobody, if he passed the polygraph. Relatives of Lilly and Jack had stated that the kids had never wandered into those woods before. And because of that, they don't believe that they wandered into those woods that morning. And they believed that somebody abducted them. One thing, early in this event, I said that the RCMP should have closed that road in front of their house in both directions and questioned everybody coming up and down that road. Everyone. Do you remember that? Now maybe it makes a little more sense because somebody was coming to and from that house in the middle of the morning. Maybe somebody knew who that car belonged to. See why I made that recommendation? Friends, I want you to understand something. The system is set up to save kids. If you're a parent and the school sends out a social worker to check on your child, you should feel blessed that the system is working to protect kids. You shouldn't be offended. Teachers, if you're a teacher out there and you have the slightest concern that a child is being abused at their home, oh yeah, you call Child Protective Services. By law, you're supposed to. Because you will never be able to live adequately with the nightmare if you find out that child died because of child abuse. The system has to work for the children to thrive. Think about this. In this instance, the parents, the friends, the school, the social workers, everybody failed these kids. Everybody failed.
I've said it here myself, and it's not to be a biatch, but I think so too. I think every single person, and these poor kids had massive family, right? I muted you, Jen, because I heard background noise. I wasn't sure if it was you. So you have to unmute yourself, honey. But these kids had like a large number of fathers, stepfathers. Oh, sorry, honey. Okay. They had like, we're almost done this video and then we'll get into the charts, but they had an enormous amount of family around them, and wild that this happened, you know? Just scary. Scary.
As an example, when I was married, we had young kids. I worked 5 at night till 3 in the morning. I usually slept, you know, from the time I got home at 4 in the morning till sometimes noon. As the kids got older, I could trust them to be in the house watching TV. We actually had an alarm put in the house. So if the kids opened a door, alarm would go off. There's no way I could sleep through it. It never happened because the kids knew. But it was one of those small things that we did to make sure that we were good parents. We wouldn't miss anything. You got to want to be a good parent. Electronics. Daniel and Malaya's cell phone. In my humble opinion, the key piece of evidence here. I want to see all the pictures on that phone. I want to see who they've been texting, who they've been phoning, who's been leaving them voicemails. And then I want to track that phone, see where it's been all around Nova Scotia. This takes a lot of work, folks. A lot of work. But you're talking about 2 kids' lives, not 1, 2. The night before the disappearance, who came by that house? I think that that's one of the biggest leads they have on this case. Now,
I agree. Do you, Jen? Yeah, no kidding.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Yeah.
I think that would, I mean, where did Daniel go? And was he driving around in his truck? Was he driving around in the, on the ATV, the side by side?
Exactly.
What kind of vehicle was he driving up and down the streets, and where?
Yeah, there's like 3 minutes left to this. I'll play it out and then we'll get to the charts. But I also want to know, because I find it curious in that article that the neighbor chose the term 5-speed car. Now, I'm not a car guru. Maybe Jeff, if you're still in the chat. Like, why state that unless it's an ATV? It's curious to me what was distinctive enough about that noise in that vehicle that he said. Like, if you say, hey, what described with cars, how many people are going to say 5 speed? Like, that's a really odd description, don't you think? I'm not a car person, but so it makes me wonder, is that in reference to it maybe having been an ATV? I don't know, but we'll listen to this. There's 4 minutes left, and then we'll get into it.
They have stated many times that there's no evidence of abduction. You're going to think this is a stupid comment. There's no evidence there wasn't an abduction.
Mm-hmm.
And then what are the results of the polygraph? To specific questions. Ask Daniel. In the pre-polygraph interview, who was the person that came by that house 5 times in the middle of the night? Give him the name. Why was he coming by? Give him the reason. Then in the polygraph, did you see so-and-so, John Doe, if that was the person that came by the night before? Did you see John Doe last night? Yes or no? Was John Doe there to drop off furniture? Yes or no? Does John Doe know what happened to Lily? Does he know what happened to Jack? If the polygraph starts going crazy, You know the questions that they're being evasive on and not telling the truth. Were the kids abused? How did Lily get a black eye the day before she disappears? If it was caused by one of the parents who got angry, did they get so angry that they caused her some type of injury that may have hurt her seriously? You've got to ask yourself those questions. With what's come out just in the last week on this case, I'm amazed that the RCMP hasn't made an arrest. Truly, I'm amazed.
That's
With
a big
what they should have
statement.
gotten off those phones.
I mean, it sounds like this guy, I want to read his bio after, if there is one. I mean, it sounds like he was in law enforcement and child protection, custody issues, right? And he's saying he's shocked there is an arrest right by now. And anyways, listen to his last statement because it's concerning.
How did Lily get a black eye the day before she disappears? If it was caused by one of the parents who got angry, did they get so angry that they caused her some type of injury that may have hurt her seriously? You've got to ask yourself those questions. With what's come out just in the last week on this case, I'm amazed that the RCMP hasn't made an arrest. Truly, I'm amazed. With what they should have gotten off those phones, the case should be closed. Now, when you get a police officer coming out of the police academy and you send him out to interview somebody about child abduction or murder, the person they're interviewing is going to walk all over them because they don't know how to interview somebody who's guilty of a serious crime. The interviewer doesn't know the mannerisms, the eye movement, the hand movement that may indicate guilt or innocence. So if you're somebody from the RCMP in Nova Scotia who hasn't really done a lot of serious cases, I have great doubt that they conducted adequate interviews on this case. And what really worries me, seriously worries me, is that we may never know what happened to Lily and Jack. Friends, I thank you for being here. I'm going to continue to be on this case all the time. I'm always looking for big leads on it. Like I've stated before, I don't know what happened. There are enough flashing yellow lights on this to make me highly concerned about all facets of this investigation, about the people involved, and about the RCMP. Thanks for being here. You are greatly appreciated.
That's a bold statement. I'm going to go and show you his channel. Jen, do you think that, that's a crazy, I mean, not very many people come out and say, I'm worried about the RCMP's investigation here. That's wild to me. And I said that at the beginning, that when I was saying, they're taking this parent's word that the kids are in the backyard. I was like, what are they doing? It was weird. Okay, let me get you his channel descriptor.
I'm hopeful that there's going to be movement, by tomorrow. I think that there's going to be movement soon. And I think that they got to have evidence,
Yeah. No, yeah. Well, I'm hoping. Sorry, that's that one video I put the link to. Let's just get his. Okay, so I'll just show you his channel now. We can read a little bit about him, and then we're going to move on. So the Can-Am Missing is a group of retired police officers, search and rescue experts, STAR, and other professionals that are dedicated to researching on-scene investigation and generally understanding the issues associated with people who go missing in the wilds of North America. This has typically been a project that is intensely worked by search and rescue teams, starting when the victim is reported lost and usually continuing for the following 7 to 14 days. The case then flounders in a file cabinet after years of reading thousands of STAR reports, speaking with dozens of victims. We believe the paradigm of this effort needs change. Law enforcement and the media usually do not publicize concerning concerns of kidnapping or abduction when missing kids can be explained through traditional means. When missing kids can be explained through traditional means, there are too many of these cases to ignore, and there is a consistency to their stories. Guy's American, and this channel was started in 2014, and he has 490,000 subscribers.
Wow.
Yeah. So go check him out. There's the link for the video, and you just have to go to his homepage and subscribe. I subscribed last night because I haven't watched any of his things before, but I find, that's got to be some wisdom that we could glean and learn from,
Yeah.
So anyway, okay. So let's get into the charts. It's Jen's time to chat away. Okay, Jack and Lily's chart. Pulling it up for you, Jen. And I thought what we could do, I don't know, if anything that he says kind of brings some new thoughts on where we could look. But I agree. I'm like either there's only one of two options. Either the car coming and going was a stranger suspect who was taking the place out and took the kids, or something happened and went down and they were hiding something. There's only one of two options, really. So anyway,
I don't know if I've drawn his Mars out yet. I need to work on the map a little bit more because
For
the
what?
Mars,
For the what, Hen?
I was just saying I don't know if I drew out those black lines. I don't know if
Daniel's.
I don't know if I drew his Venus and his Mars. They're both conjunct in Virgo, which could mean that could be what was in transit when Jack and Lily went missing. Was that Virgo energy that he has? It could have been, excuse me, it could have been a health factor with the kids, whereas they could have gotten into something that they shouldn't have been getting into, that they left out. That's definitely possible. But like he said, why would she have had a black eye? And she's got a lot of Aries energy, Lily does. And, that's definitely, can be considered abuse with Mars, with Aries. It's a lot of action. It's a vehicle. It's a body. It could be, the abuse. So,
okay.
But I don't know. I don't know if those black lines that are going southeast with Daniel, if that was the southeast. I don't know if those are the black lines are his, if it's that conjunction. Yeah, that's in a Leo. So we're looking, I don't guess I did then. But they're going to be going south. I mean, they're going to be right there by that Leo, by the Jupiter Leo.
Well, I was wondering, and I just didn't know. I mean, I don't know enough about the charts, but I'm wondering, I guess is there any evidence to see which direction they were driving in? And I'm wondering if the drive, I did a reading earlier today on this, and I didn't get really a clear answer, but I wanted to know, is the driving back and forth, they did 6 turns back and forth in 5 hours. And I think Ward's towing is 12 minutes. If they were coming and collecting evidence of foul play or of a crime, driving it and dumping it at Wards, that would be about a 12 minutes each way, time to dump it, time to pick it up, right? Scour looking for evidence. I don't know. I'm just thinking because I know we zoomed in on Ward's towing, and I'm wondering if that was what the 6 back and forth were for evidence dumping, or are we going left towards Lansdowne where Lily's jacket, which I think is where Earl lives, but I don't know for sure. It was sort of insinuated somewhere. I can't remember. Towards Lansdowne where they found Lily's, the opposite direction where they found her boots and blanket, which was left, which was west. Or is that a diversion? Or as I said in the reading, maybe we're looking at this wrong, Jen. I don't know if you heard it. Maybe one of the kids was hurt and one was taken one way because they were hurt and deceased, and the other was sent away so that the accident didn't happen again. I don't know. It's now like that car needs to be the focus, in my opinion. It's just which car, who owns it, and where was it going?
Right.
And I don't know if the chart helps with that or anything.
Yeah, I would have to investigate it a little bit more by turning off everything and then, looking at just looking at Daniel. Daniel said that he does everything, he does everything. So if he does everything, that means that he's going to do, if there was something that they're responsible for, then Daniel would be the cleanup person.
Right.
There's no way that he's going back and forth, and Malaya doesn't know. She's not innocent here.
No, well, this is it. And how can
if there's some type of foul play with Daniel, she's got to know. She's got to be in the know.
Well, and Janie too, because where is their statement? They have been speaking. They never once said there was a car. They said it could have been an abduction, but never once did they say a car came in and out of our laneway 5 times the night before. Fuck, it could never once did that come out of their mouths.
Right.
Which leads me to believe they were the ones coming back and forth, more than likely.
Yep.
Right? Otherwise, why are you not telling everybody that?
Right.
So
I don't have his Cancer energy either, and I think that his Vesta in Cancer actually, I think that it actually matches the Pluto of Canada. So I'm gonna have to draw that in. I guess I could do that while you've got it pulled up. I don't guess I could do that while you've got it pulled up, because that is what's going to be coming into transit tomorrow. So I'd like to see what that looks like, since it's going to be in transit tomorrow with Zeus. It's going to be in Libra. It's a Libra energy, but there's going to be attachment. Zeus magnetizes and attaches, and so with Libra, it's going to be with the law enforcement. So I'm gonna pull up their map, and while you're looking at it, I'm gonna go ahead and add it in.
Okay, honey. Well, I'll wait. Yeah. I'll address the chat.
Okay. Because this is what's going to be in transit tomorrow. It's Vesta, which is the flame of life. And that's, let's see, 90. It's pretty.
Hey, YouTuber, honey. How are you? How are you? It's a Monday. It feels like it should be Friday today. Is anybody else zonked?
Yeah.
Are you too, honey?
I definitely am.
You sound tired today, but I wasn't sure if it was me because of my little, it's not a very nice way to start a channel live, but I had to address it. So I wasn't sure if it was me being Debbie Downer or if you're just tired. But yeah, I'm just exhausted. Anybody else? This freaking full moon is kicking my ass, and this retrograde and all the energy astrologically. Is anybody else feeling it? Because I'm feeling it.
Definitely feeling it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been heavy energy, eh?
Yeah, Mercury is stationing, so
hopefully
as Mercury stations, it's a hard station, so got to see how that works itself out.
Oh God, don't say it's gonna get worse. Jesus, really? You're feeling it too, Jeff? Oh shit, man. And like, I think we're all kind of, well, I know for myself, I can speak for all of us. I know I've been a little more like on edge, jumpy, you know. So it's, yeah. Yeah, you tell me when you're done, Jenny. Jen.
I will. I'm gonna make sure that I don't already have. I don't think I do. I do. No, okay. Okay, good. So this is what's going to be in transit. This is what I think connects to Canada with Daniel. So I'm adding it in real quick, and then you can refresh it. Opposes Neptune in Capricorn. So I almost want to go to the Capricorn line, but there could be some type of breakthrough with this one. And I'm going to turn Daniel off. Hold on. That way we can just look at this one.
Okay. I refreshed you early.
Look at this line. Hold on just a second. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm almost done, but not quite. Okay. Let's see.
Well, I hope we get a friggin' break in this case. I mean, my guide said August, but you know, hopefully I interpreted that incorrectly.
I hope it is. I hope that this is going to be a breakthrough tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't see any addresses with this one, but you may know of something that you may know something. So I'm going to save it, and then you can refresh it. And this is the angle that I believe wholeheartedly that he matches Canada. That is going to be in transit tomorrow. So this Vesta in Cancer is going to be in transit tomorrow.
This one here?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So the Vesta that is going to the right, that's the Vesta in Cancer. It was also in transit when the kids went missing.
Okay.
With Chiron. So there's yeah. I think so. I think that was.
Can I add the hotspots?
Yeah, it actually was. Yeah, it's the Pluto of the that's why I was thinking that it had something to do with the tribe, but because it's hitting their Pluto and their Pluto, Canada's Pluto is an Aquarius. So the 5th house of kids with Aquarius. Yeah. So their Pluto is going to be in transit all day tomorrow with groups, video.
So
the Neptune in Capricorn should, if we would be looking for, you can turn on the addresses again, but I don't think that I have anything on there. And you can turn on Canada and see if Canada is showing up close. Okay, so I don't have a Cancer, or I kind of do.
What about hotspots?
Maybe Jack. Let's see what Jack is. You can turn Canada off. Turn Canada off and then turn Jack on. Kind of close, but not really. I don't know. This may just be a behavior that's going to lead us somewhere else. So maybe turn Jack off and turn the missing on. Yeah, I don't have it. Maybe Lily now. Okay, so she's close to Daniel there. Oh, so is Jack. Do that one more time. So Jack and Lily are going over the West River Station.
Where's that's north, right? East?
No, that was west.
West.
Where
Right
those
here.
lines are going left. Yeah, right there.
And where is that going? Upper Mount Tom.
Yeah, it's going to that cemetery.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Interesting. And
that
okay.
that line's pretty far away from there, but it could be, there could be something else right there that I just haven't marked or I'm just not seeing just yet. But
you want me to check and see how far it is from their home, this Tom Road?
Yeah.
Okay. Tom Road, is that what it's called? Cemetery? Hmm. 325 Mountain Tom Road. 325, is that what I just said?
I've got 625.
625? Okay. Thank you. 25. Dallas Maurice Roman Catholic Church Cemetery. That's not 625 Mountain Road, Tom Road, Pictou County. Mount Cemetery. I don't know if we got the right address. West River, Nova Scotia. It's got the coordinates. Oh yeah, 625 Mountain Tom. Yeah, okay. So the distance. It didn't super come up super easily. That's really interesting. Okay. Wonder why. Y'all, sorry. I'm in like I'm like in a sauna today.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God. Heat wave here. Okay. Drive from 1407 Gairloch. Maybe it doesn't look like there's any matches. I'm asking you to fucking find it for me.
God.
Come on, Google. Do your thing. Not coming up. Let me try again. It's just being, let me get at Google Maps here again because I don't know what's going on. Google Maps.
So West Springs, Nova Scotia.
It's a 29-minute drive by car.
Okay. I don't think I'm hesitant to think that one.
Okay.
But Jack is right there. So is Lily. So is Daniel. I don't know if Malaya is there, if Canada's there, Nova Scotia. And where they're showing up. Where is Canada?
Okay, let me see.
Okay, so I haven't added them yet. I've not added them in there yet. Okay.
There's also the cemetery. Oh, that wasn't a cemetery. There was also a cemetery closer I thought I saw, but maybe I didn't. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. This one seems more likely, no? Yeah, this cemetery, Stewart. Is that just, am I gravel pit? Oh my God, gravel pit. My neighbor Dan said to look for a pit, like a gravel pit.
All I'm doing is just looking at what's in transit tomorrow.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I'm just making note. Yeah.
With Canada. And Daniel, I believe. Let's see. Well, let's see. I can add their 24, 23. Let me see if I've got their. I'm going to add Canada in too. I can't hear you, Liane, if you're talking. I'm going to add Canada in real quick.
Hey, hon. No, I haven't muted. I'm just.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying not to melt in the. I'm like slithering into my chair.
So this is going to be, I'm adding them in. Their Cancer and their, this, let's see, 24. Because they are going to be right there by Daniel. Let's see. Canada. This is their heiress in Capricorn in the 4th house of home. So this is, this could be about a cemetery. Opposes Poseidon in Cancer. So we're talking about the 4th house and the 4th house. Not good.
No?
No, not at all. This, and we may not even be at that cemetery. It could be another cemetery that I just haven't marked there. It could just be a, you know, like a somebody's land, or, you know, it's, I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to leave this one on with Daniel. Where'd that go?
I'm just gonna check words owing. Just the distance, just to make sure while we're doing that, because I'm pretty sure it's 12 minutes.
Let's see. So we do have Malaya, and I'm sure Lily's going to be right there too. Let me see if her Capricorn. Oh, yeah. I should have her Capricorn right there, 22 and 23. Shit, that's her lunar nodes.
13 minutes from the house towards going. Just keep that in mind. The cemetery was 30 or 29.
I'm about to draw in her lunar nodes, and this is going to come together for us.
Oh no.
Yeah. So this could be, we could be looking at, we should be looking at this angle too. So let me turn, I'm going to draw her in too, because this is actually her lunar nodes of fate. Oh, bless her heart. Okay, so I'm going to.
I don't know, Donna. I still can't decide. I'm having a hard time. I'm not going to lie. Could be my deprived my sleep. Like I'm, you know, but I had struggled with the reading I did earlier to get a definitive answer on that. I'm going to be honest. I don't know yet. I still haven't figured that out. If the kids are in 2 different locations, if maybe something happened to one of them, like maybe Jack OD'd, they hid that, covered it up, and said, "Get Lily the hell out of here," you know. So we can cover that up and say the kids walked away. I don't know.
Right.
I really don't know. Like I'm starting to wonder if one of them OD'd, one of them had an accident, and because of the CPS investigations and maybe the rugs and everything else, I'm just hypothetically talking out loud here. They obviously had to hide that or chose to, and maybe said, get the other child out of here because, so now we can say they ran away. I don't know. And knowing that they're autistic, like, which child would have not left on his own? Probably not. Jack probably wouldn't have left on his own. So maybe Jack OD'd, and so to say he would only leave with Lily, and so they had to leave together. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just talking out loud, but it seems like that could be an option that we really haven't talked about, that one of them had an accident, had ill fate, and they covered that up and then took the other child to get the other child who may be alive out of there. And that I'm starting to wonder, because I'm having some hard time, like, putting them together it's not working for me very well. So maybe separating out Jack and Lily for going forward for me for readings, I might just do that, because the energy might be different. But then, Jen, you're seeing them line up in charts. So it's like,
they're definitely
weird.
lining up right here. And I would have to look at the missing too. Let's see. To see if I had.
It does feel like they're going to make a break on this case, though.
It really does. It really does. I'm hopeful anyway. Okay, so let me turn Daniel on. Well, that one right there. Turn that one on. And then I'm going to save it. That way it's going to come up on your end.
I have not heard back from the RCP, and I said, if we don't have a break in the case soon, I'm going to go and search. Let me know if it's safe, and, yada, yada. So my prerequisite to that was, if there's no break in the case. I mean, he hasn't responded, don't come, that's not safe. I have not heard back from him. And I've sent you text, Jen, he's either not working or he's just saying something to me, like, don't come, we're going to break it, or something, because he's responded to me every other email, and very timely, like same day usually. So I may be reading too much into it, but I'm starting to wonder if that's like, oh, we're getting close. There's no need to come and search,
Right. So I'm going to save this, but Jack and Lily are holding the same line. So I haven't turned Jack on just yet, but you can turn him on. But her her Saturn in Capricorn is where Jack's.
Can I refresh now, hon?
That's where Jack's Saturn and Pluto in Capricorn are as well. So it's kind of, this is not good. They're actually sharing this line. That's crazy.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, go ahead and refresh it. I've got it.
Okay, hon. Well, that's what I'm saying, Donna, because he's never not responded, and I think I'm extrapolating that potentially there's a break here, and I could be wrong, but he maybe just hasn't been working. But okay, which look at this.
Refresh it one more time.
Okay, hon.
Make sure I've saved it. Yeah, I did.
Okay, is that it?
Refresh it one more time. Sorry.
It's okay. No, don't say sorry. It's all good.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's see. No, it's still not showing. That's crazy. It's still not showing what I've.
Do you want to resend it to me? Maybe because it's up. I don't know.
Well, you should be able to refresh it, and I can resend it.
Let's try again. I heard a pop this time. Pop goes the weasel. Boop. Is it refreshed? Is it updated?
Possible. Yes. Yeah. So go back to the Mount Tom.
Okay. Right here.
So we can look at all of those. Yeah. And talk about them. If you would just go close in.
Yeah.
That way we can talk about them. So we've got, start with that black line that's to the right of it. To the right.
To the east here?
Yeah. Yeah, right there. So we'll start there, and then we'll come down to the last black line and just go over it. And then we'll add Jack in because he's riding Lily where that little by the I don't even know what that is, pond or lake or whatever. Okay, so this is Daniel's Chiron and Leo. So the Chiron and Leo, it's about kids, it's about school, attention, publicity. It's opposing his Saturn. So this is his Saturn in Aquarius. This is where he has limits and obstacles, with a lot of transformation, with the public eye, with possible video.
Mm-hmm.
And and authority. So there's the Saturn line could be a business, something having to do with a business. So the pink line or that purple line is Malaya. And this is her Neptune that's conjunct Uranus. So there's a shakeup about things that she has hidden on this angle. So what she has from groups, possible community, party, anything having to do with video or networking. So her Neptune is right there. And that's in Capricorn. So the blue line that's right over there is Nova Scotia. That's their lowest point in Capricorn. So their lowest point in Capricorn could be about the woods. It could be about the bones of the earth right there.
Mm-hmm.
The Aquarius too, some of that Aquarius energy, I talk about groups and things, but it could also represent a bunch of people that are deceased.
Okay. Which one's this one? Trying to find the Aquarius again.
Daniel and Malaya's Aquarius.
That's
what we just talked about. So the next line is, his Saturn is in Aquarius, and then Malaya, she has her Neptune and Uranus there. And then so now there's a pink line that Canada and it looks like Lilly are sharing. So Canada and Lilly, this is where Lilly has her South Node. So her nodes of fate are going here. Mm-hmm. Again, we're looking possibly at a business or the bones of the earth.
Look at the pipeline. Look at the pipeline. Right there.
Yeah. And then the blue line, the other blue line right there is, no, the one by Lilly. You might have to zoom in.
Yeah, because they're so tight together.
Yeah, and Daniel's right there too. So Canada, this is where they have a lot of warring at home in the 4th house of home. And that 4th house of home could be representing real estate or a cemetery. The bones of the earth right there. And then the black line, that conjunction, I think it's a conjunction, that's Daniel. You may have to zoom in to click on Daniel. That's where I have his moon. I don't know if his moon is a 22, a 23, or what it is, but his moon is definitely in Capricorn. So he reflects here. He reflects here.
And this is his last.
Yeah, so this is the Jupiter in Leo is about the law enforcement. And there's a wake-up call, not a wake-up call, but there's a conscious raising experience with a relationship here on this line. So there's a relationship that's going on this line. And it's faded. It's faded with the law enforcement, with the kids and all the publicity.
Interesting.
So it's interesting, it's interesting to see that there's a lot going on right here with all of them.
It's also interesting because my neighbor Dan, like I said to you, he's either watching my lives or he's more talented than me. And he said they were close to a highway right here, close to a major highway. Well, that's the only major highway in the area. Remote is a Trans-Canada highway, and here we are, Mountain Road.
So turn
right
on
here.
Jack now. Turn on Jack. And so you see how Jack and Lily are riding that one line, but start with the one on the right. Jack's.
This one.
Okay, so that's a conjunction, so that's good. Okay, so we can just talk about the conjunction. I can't really see it. It says Jack's Palace conjunct Jupiter, conjunct Saturn, and Pluto. So this is major. This is major that Jack has. Anything on this line or the opposition, the opposing line, this is big for Jack. So he gets a wake-up call with the law enforcement. There's an expansion here with Saturn and Pluto. lots of limits and obstacles are here. I mean, this is massive. This is a massive stellium.
Okay.
So anything that was opposing him was squaring up with him on this. This is big. And it is overlapping Lily to her Saturn.
Okay.
You know.
And Saturn is fate.
Well, Saturn is authority. Saturn is the bones of the earth. It's Capricorn. Can be about a business. It can be about a business.
Fate too? Or am I wrong on that?
No, Saturn isn't. The nodes of fate. They're the lunar nodes of fate with Lily.
Okay.
She's fated here. She's not only is she fated here, she's fated here with Saturn.
Right.
Which is, you know, that their Saturn could be Daniel. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Lily has her South Node, her Pluto, and her Saturn all here. And then the other line that they share isn't in opposition, and guess where that goes? To the campground, I think. I think if you look at the opposition.
Where do I go? Zoom out, honey?
Yeah, you can zoom out, and you're just going to look at the opposite lines. And I think that those maybe go to the campground.
It would be closer in, so I'm going to zoom in because it's right across the street. It has to be much closer in. So that's the house, and I'm just trying to zoom into that location.
Yeah, so I'm thinking this is the opposition right here, where Lily and Jack are going to share that 1036 in Cancer. So it's going to be 100. Yeah, I can see them both sharing it. Right, go down just a little bit, right there. That pink and red.
There's a house right here.
This is where they are sharing a lot of weight and in time. So this is the opposition. Okay. So what I would be thinking is that there is going to be, you know, with this transit tomorrow, I'm hypothetically saying that this line that they are sharing and then the opposing line that they are sharing is pertinent.
Okay.
It's pertinent to where they could be found. And yeah. But we may not even have to go this far out. They may be closer. They may be, you know, further out.
Like right here or whatever in the water.
Where does that go? Let's look at that and see where does that go?
Nova Scotia shines?
Yeah, where is that going? Like if you zoom out to the right, you know, like is there anything else that's there? So that road, do I have a hot spot there? That McLeod or McLeod or whatever that.
No, I got the hot spots up now. Yeah, no. Unless it's out further.
No, I need one right there though, on that McLeod, somewhere around there, where they're sharing that. Yeah, I'm gonna redo those hot spots now that I've drawn more in, because that McLeod road
right here. Yes.
Somewhere off of there, maybe.
Like in here. Well, there's a house here too, off last Lansdowne Station Road. That's why I was wondering, because I remember somebody referencing. I'm going to just acknowledge Wendy here. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you so much for your super sticker. We appreciate it. I wanted to just, and this is why I want to find the time to go through Sunny's lives, because they're so long, but I remember somebody stating, and I don't know if it was in relation to the blanket or not, that there was a misreporting of something, that it was Lansdowne Station Road, not Lansdowne Road. Lansdowne Road is here. This is Lansdowne Station Road. So I was curious, Lansdowne Station Road is where, or Lansdowne Road, Station Road is where we're looking now. If the Globe and Mail misreported it, where the blanket was found, I don't know. I'm just right. Like I'm just curious. I don't know.
I don't know.
Because
I don't know.
I remember somebody. Does anybody else remember that in chat where it came out and somebody said, I remember hearing it. I just didn't know what it was in relation to. It was Lansdowne Station Road, not Lansdowne Road. So I'm curious if that's the blanket that was misreported. Anyway, let's keep going. It's a thought.
Yeah. So this opposition with the Cancer and Capricorn. So yesterday, that Canada's Vesta. So yesterday, Canada's Vesta that I have there, it's going to be down, going on down. It's the blue lines. You could turn off Nova Scotia if you want. You can turn off everything if you want, except for Canada. So you can find that Vesta. Yesterday, Vesta was in transit with Zeus, meaning, and I wish I knew, like, if there's got to be other trash facilities there, but I don't see them. You can turn off the hotspots too. But this right here was in transit. So that line that's going to the right,
from
Matheson over McLeod and Matheson, that was in transit yesterday with Libra, which is the justice system. Could be something, a public facility, government land. I just don't know, but that was in transit yesterday.
Okay.
Okay.
And it goes through Lansdowne Station and Lansdowne Road.
Interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
This is Lansdowne Station Road here, and this is Lansdowne Road on this side, and it goes through both of them at one point. This is the one that's got the pipeline behind it, though.
Wish we knew what neighbor it was that heard him.
I know we can't tell from looking to see if there's any more, like, action, like movement on any of the, I guess they're up the same line, right? So it's like really impossible to say, right? The same
Well,
line.
it would be the Mars is going to be like Daniel's Mars could tell us something, you know.
Okay. Do we have
I
it?
don't know if I drew with that in or not. Yeah, it's going to be a Virgo. It's going to be his Venus. You can drop the thing down to see if you see.
I went the wrong one.
Yeah. So I don't see the Venus or the Mars. I can go in there and do that. That could give us a clue about the vehicle.
Okay. Do you mind doing that?
It could Mars, huh?
Do you mind doing that?
No, No,
Okay.
because his Venus and Mars are conjunct. So, you know, that's
okay.
Let's see. Let me see what his Venus.
Wendy wants to know what transit means.
The clock, the astrological clock. It ticks away just like your clock does, second by second, and it changes every second. There's not a second that has ever been the same. Ever. So,
isn't that wild?
Yeah. All right, so let's see. Daniel. Let me see what Malaya has with her. Well, no, I'm not going to worry about her right now. Just want to see Daniel. So this Mars and Venus is both the same degree. So I'm going to draw in. Let's see. It's in good standing with his Uranus and his dark moon.
Thanks, Donna.
Let's see. It's in good standing with his dark moon. Okay, so that's where I want to go. Is the Mars and Venus, the 156, 280. let's see, that dark. Let's see. All right, I'm drawing it in now.
Oh, thanks, Jen. I know this is a lot of work for you.
It's okay. Anything for these babies.
This is what we do, right?
That's what we do, girl. I'd be doing it anyway. If I wasn't on here talking to you, I'd still be doing it. So
I love it. I love this chart thing. It's like my new little, I learned, but I got to write my book, finish my tarot deck. Jeez.
I know it's always something to do.
I know, but there's always things to look forward to, which is really good because you got to have things to look forward to. So,
yeah.
Goals, you know. Let me know when I can refresh.
Okay.
And then we'll go through, when we're done here, we'll go through Sebastian's chart if you want to talk about the other locations. You sent me the new update too.
I will. Yeah, we can do that real quick. Let's see, Mars and Virgo. Trines. Dark moon in Capricorn. So because this is a trine, this would work out in our favor. It would work out in his favor for a minute, but then it wouldn't.
Wouldn't save his butt from getting caught.
Yeah, it may not save his butt from getting caught unless the unless the Capricorn energy is just not working out well for
justice.
Yeah, for the justice. All right, so this is that Mars is going to be going. Okay, let me refresh it. Hold on. Let me refresh. And you can go back out if you want. See if it's refreshed on your end. There you go. Whoa, no, it didn't. It was, but then now it's not. So try to refresh it again. Yeah, there it is. So that's his Mars. Mars is going south. His Mars and Venus are going south, and it's in a good standing with that dark moon. What's a dark moon? It's a disordered aggression. It's dark. And that dark moon, his dark moon and those kids oppose one another. So that 1036 that they have that's going into Cancer, it's opposing his dark moon.
Meaning
that could be abusive.
Okay.
That type of opposition is not good. So this is where I would look for the car. If I'm looking for a car, looking for a vehicle, looking for something, it's going to be on this angle. So if you wanted to, you can, look at these roads, or you can back up and turn on the addresses.
Okay.
And see if there's anything,
No addresses. Unless we back out more. No.
Yeah, keep backing up because I've got some of them up in.
No.
Nothing else up to the west. Okay. All right. So this is definitely a health factor, but like I said, that 1036, that 10 that they both have is opposing him. It's opposing his Capricorn. It's opposing. Let's see. Yeah, go deep. Go. There's houses right there.
I know.
And there's the railroad track. I mean, there's the railroad once again.
I know, hon. I know. It's like, this one's also going to stop us.
I really do. I hate that because there's the railroad tracks again. And if you wanted to try to make it look like something bad happened, like they, went in front of a train or something, not like the conductor wouldn't know. I don't know.
See, I'm thinking train tracks. I'm thinking it goes through this town. It's like we heard it at the press conference. It looks like it's like, a jalopy 1960s old train that's got like, and the old days people jump on the back and like stowaways, and somebody took those kids the hell out of Lansdowne. That's what I'm wondering. On the back of the train.
Well, if there was, in my opinion, if there was any type of abuse and you wanted to try to get away with it, I mean, you would want to make them look like they were ran over by a train, or even put them on the train tracks.
True.
I don't know if that train is, if that's an active
functional. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know anything about it, but I think
my God, look at this hole.
Yeah, this is going to give us a little bit more to work with now that I've added these other angles. It's going to give us more to work with.
Well, hang on. Look at this freaking hole right here.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Yeah, it could be a shadow. I don't know.
It looks like a hole.
It does.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out this car thing. So it looks more likely like this is the neighbor. Okay, let me go zoom in again. We're all hypothetical, but
so it's going to be on this angle where we could find that's so the Mars and the Venus being in good standing with that dark moon.
Yeah.
Means that we could, anything of evidentiary value, anything that Daniel possesses, that he owns, receipts, anything like that. This could be an angle that opens that door up. Could be about a vehicle. His dad could be living here. I mean, we just don't even know where his dad lives. So
I know.
That's another reason why I really wish we knew where he lives, because then that would possibly eliminate one of these angles.
I know. Well, the blanket is found like right here, right up in this convergence. I don't know if you can see my where I'm scrolling.
I never did hear any kind of confirmation if it was her blanket, if there was
the police are doing forensics, so they have validated it's hers, and they're doing forensic testing on it, awaiting results still. And
that could be what's in transit tomorrow then. But there's do you have any idea, any like proximity of where the blanket would have been found?
Well, they said a kilometer.
Far.
I know, they said a kilometer down Lansdowne Road. So I just guesstimated, because hang on, we had a hot spot in here.
I was going to say, I thought I did. I thought I moved it.
Yeah, you did. You had a hot spot in here. And so I tried to just guess, because you said, I think you were driving with Jeff on that one. You said, well, that hot spot's about quarter of a mile. And so we heard it was a kilometer, because we talk kilometers in Canada. A kilometer, was it not a kilometer?
I don't have a hot spot there. I thought I did.
No, you did, but it's gone.
Girl, I got to put that back in there. See, I be playing games with myself.
I swear I didn't remove it. I wouldn't know how.
Oh, I know you wouldn't. I like to have at least 10 hot spots on a map.
So it's like, if this is the car's direction, like neither neighbor is, like if they went behind the house, which is what I originally said, this is exactly the trail I almost originally said. Here, maybe not, I came up more this way, like this clearing.
What we want to do is we want to look at this angle. You want to back it up a minute, and let's see let's see which kid would be pulling this angle that I have. I mean, I may not have drawn in the Virgo but I know that the Capricorn energy that they have is opposing him. So this could be, I don't know, look at Jack real quick. Okay, so not really. I may not have put in Jack's, all of his Virgo. Lily, I don't have their Virgo. Okay, so I've just done their Leo and Cancer and okay. All right. What about Canada?
Oh yeah.
So Canada is riding the Mars line. What is that?
Right here.
What's that say?
Canada, Mercury in 11th, Virgo squares Selena in Gemini. 8th, health of kids may be ruled by Mercury as Mercury rules Virgo and siblings. Gemini, Virgo with Mercury is always a challenge about media, health, and siblings. This angle is pertinent. There is a challenger here with what we learned about communication. And 2, it's certainly a chatter angle.
Gotcha. So that could be a good one since Canada's right there, and it's challenging Gemini, which is 2, would be siblings, and their health.
So how do we know if it's the south or the west?
I mean, I like it right there. Let me look at Canada and see if they have a 10 in their
yeah,
chart.
they don't have anything
Oh, they
left.
do.
Right.
They actually do. Shit, they
Oh, no.
their midheaven is a 10, and oh God. So their midheaven is a Cancer, 10 degree, and their IC is a 10 degree in Capricorn. So this opposition that Lily and Daniel have is also an opposition that Daniel's going to have with the kids, with Canada.
Uh-oh.
Wow. Holy shit. Wow. Okay. So I don't.
And is that also west?
Yeah, girl. Yeah. So
we still don't know which direction.
So this opposition with that Mars. So that Mars and this opposition, I think, are pertinent angles. So let me put in Canada's midheaven here. Because it's gonna ride. Wow. Okay.
Well, this is where I also sent the ping. I also sent the ping to the cops right here, where Canada's outer third and Sag. Right here is where I sent my pin. Right here, right by the train track. But this is the one you're interested in.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be, so we're going to be able to see the actual opposition with him and the kids with Canada's. Their MC is in Cancer, and IC is.
I didn't do anything. I just swear I didn't touch anything. The screen's talking to us. It just zoomed in on its own.
It's because I'm typing probably.
Okay.
Doing stuff to it. Let's see. I've got to go down closer.
Jen's like, Donna wants to know, do you have a cheat sheet of available for terms? That would be great.
No.
I could do that, or somebody can volunteer.
Yeah, that's a book, honey. That's a book. Sorry, but that's a book.
That's a book, not a cheat sheet.
The more that you listen, the more that you tune in and you listen, you're going to get the hang of it.
Yeah.
My mod April, she's been with me since the beginning. Well, not since the beginning, but she's been with me for, I don't know, a couple of years or so, and she didn't know shit. Now she knows. I mean, she was, she was dreaming about numbers and lines, and
she said that yesterday.
She's like, God dang.
This is why this is the other reason I want to start doing lives a little later, because like I'll end tonight at 7, but if I end at 8 or 9, I can't, like, it takes me a while to get it off my brain, you know? And then you just like, I just kept rethinking and thinking and thinking and thinking last night. It's like, man, it's hard to shut it off sometimes.
Right. Okay. So I'm about to save this one more time. Let's see. I'm going to save it. And it should show up on your end now when you refresh it.
Okay.
This is wild. So there it is. There's the opposition. So Canada, their midheaven, this is their IC degree. So Daniel's dark moon, his disordered aggression is where they have a low point. Yeah, April wanted me to tell you she's listening in. But she just can't comment because she forgot to subscribe the other day.
Oh, April, I'm sorry, but just I'm sorry, honey. I just subscribe today. I'm doing it. I'm just keeping things tighter. Hi, April, for listening. So if you subscribe today, tomorrow you'll be good. And I'm also removing after live chat. So if you're not in the live, you won't see it. Just to keep because then I can't catch it afterwards as much, and as clearly, and I just to be careful for a while.
So check this out. So this is the challenge here.
Okay.
If you zoom out, you're going to see that there's a cemetery on this opposition. And you turn on I had the addresses on, but maybe they're off. The addresses, not the hotspots.
Sorry, honey.
That's okay. There they are.
There we are.
So there is a cemetery on this angle too.
Shit.
Yeah. And this is where Jack and Lily are meeting up with Canada with their midheaven. They meet their midheaven on this angle. Doesn't mean that they're in Lauren Cemetery, but there's reason that we want to search and research this area.
And so we didn't add the blanket. The blanket was found right about here too, on the line, because you'd have to do your measurements, but they said a kilometer down Lansdowne Road, which might be right here, Jenna. You'd have to measure it. I can't do that, but it might be right where the blue line meets Lansdowne, right here.
You think it's 1 kilometer? Let me see.
Well, that's what it said in the news report in the Globe and Mail. Let me see if I can pull it up since I have a membership now. I had to buy a membership to read it.
1 kilometer. And they said around Lansdowne Road?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay, so I'm going to put a hot spot on that place.
Yep.
Let me put a hot spot there.
I'm just pulling up the exact the article here. I'm just reading it just to pull it out to the exact.
This is the exact kilometer from their house. Oh, and Canada's going up there, it looks like.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
So it's a kilometer, it goes right through?
Yeah, I'm going to save this. That way you can see the exact hot spot right there. That's where the 1 kilometer is. Yeah. And
emergency
that's exactly where
response.
Canada, that's where their Vesta is in Sagittarius. We've talked about this one with the train.
Okay, it says emergency responders dispatched a canine unit to the site where they seized Lily's blanket torn and wound around the lower branches of a spruce. It was a kilometer from the mobile home off the gravel Lansdowne Road.
Wow, that's it. Damn. So the flame of life, the regenerating flame of life is right there. But where I really want, so if you don't mind, turn Canada off. And this is where I'm going to be focused, and I'm going to be looking to see if there's anything else that I've missed, or if there is some type of mine, if there is something here off of Gairloch Road to the right, off of Gairloch Road to the left. Where is the mines? Where's
they said they've searched mines, but they're going to search others. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Why mines? Why mines, honey? Why are you saying that?
Capricorn and Cancer. I think that it's a possibility.
Well, because I told you the other day, my guides were like, you got to search mines. They said there's a mine, that looks closed, like an underground tunnel that looks like it's closed. But if you were to go down there, you'd see you can actually get through it by car. Like it's an underground mine with a road that was sealed off and would appear to be sealed, but it's not, is the message I'm getting. So I'm just curious now about mines. Okay.
It's interesting. Definitely interesting to see that this opposition that Daniel has is with Canada. It's with Canada's midheaven. And let me see if that degree is coming into transit too with this stuff that's coming that I've been looking at.
You said 136. I wonder if that's when they find them or something, or arrests are made, or what? See.
It's a 1036 degree.
No,
And
1:36 a.m. You said there was something.
Oh,
right?
oh, 1:36 a.m. is with Sebastian.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. Okay, sorry.
Oh, yeah, with me and you, yeah.
And I.
With Canada
Yes.
the next day, yeah. So yeah, the transformation that took place. I guess I need to do a live where you come in and I can show you the charts, or do a video where I'm showing the charts. But there was a degree that Daniel and Malaya have. Their degree is a 336. Okay. Their degree that they have, that they share, was in transit when the kids went missing. Their degree is a 336 and it's a transit.
Yep.
When they went missing, trans Pluto, which is also a collective transit, was in Virgo. Same degree, 336. So they were definitely being transformed with health, with the things that are hidden at home.
At 3:36 a.m.
No, I'm saying that is the degree that they are sharing.
Okay, got
all
it.
day that day, on May 2nd, all day that day, they were being transformed. They were being intensely, deeply transformed all day. They were in transit with the collective
All day.
transit all day long. So that is something that Mars is also going to come over that degree. So when Mars goes over your 334, your Uranus, and then just a little bit later, Mars is going to go over that 336. You see?
Mm-hmm.
So there is a lot of activity, I feel like, that's going on behind the scenes that we just don't know about. I'm hopeful that it is anyway.
So you're saying they've been transit all day. Could they have been put on the back of a train or a car? Like is that like a long journey maybe, or am I pulling too much
I
out of
don't know
that?
how they could have pulled that off. I don't know how Daniel could have pulled that off.
Well, somebody else took them. If somebody else took them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Daniel would have been the one. Only because he said it himself. He's like, I take care of everything.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. But if he passed them off to Papa Earl, let's just say, and then Papa Earl took them, I'm just talking hypothetical.
Yeah.
But right now we're looking at his line, so this is relevant to him, not Papa Earl, right? So I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So we don't know which one, like you still don't know if we're looking south or west, except that this here has the actual, this is a point of interest and the line's going right through it. So if you were to guess, I'm guessing you would say we should focus here today. Right here today.
Yeah. So that 336 is going to, let's see, your 334 is going to be around right before noon. Before noon, it's going to be on your Uranus. Mars is going to come over that Uranus, and then Mars is going to come to that 336 degree.
Tomorrow?
Once Mars comes to that 336 degree, it's going to affect both Malaya and Daniel at the same time.
Tomorrow.
Right. And then the 2409 will come back. That will come into transit with Canada, with Pluto on the 13th. So we may not hear about it tomorrow, but I think that I'm hopeful that there's definitely movement.
Okay.
I'm hopeful.
It feels like there's going to be a break. I mean, it feels like there has to be.
Damn, has to be.
Well, clearly there's neglect here. Like the kids ran off and got lost. Like what that TF,
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, I think if there's the rugs and everything else we're hearing in the Globe and Mail with a history of abuse, I think there would be some, it seems to me, I mean, I'm not obviously a law enforcement, but it seems to me there'd be grounds here
right.
but that's maybe what they're doing, right? Is getting enough evidence together.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Oh, do you, I've got to go to the bathroom because my bladder's going to implode. Do we want to finish up here and then go to Sebastian's chart quickly and you can do the update, or do you have anything else here you want to talk about, hun?
I don't have anything else there I need to talk about.
Okay.
So,
okay, so do you want to explain Sebastian's chart? What's his chart? Will I pull it up?
Sure.
About what you added to it, and then I will mute and go to the bathroom, and then I'll.
Okay.
And why you added? Because you sent me an explanation.
So what I've done is, this is the new map from Texas Roadhouse. And what I've done is I've started adding in schools in the United States and abroad. So there is a lot of energy that does go to DC, to Maryland, and then all of those lines are going all the way out to the UK and France, which the UK has a lot of research places, research hospitals for that chromosomal deletion that Sebastian has. That's very rare. Only so many people have it, the 6q27 chromosomal deletion. So would they have found a facility that would be able to help him and with the research it as well? So I've added that on the map. You can't see it. It's in the UK. A lot of these lines that you see that are going east, northeast kind of, that are all close together, those are going through Washington, West Virginia. I mean, they are also going into northern Tennessee and in Kentucky, but they're going to France, to Spain. Some of them are going, right over Portugal. Then the other marker that you see that's in Virginia, I don't know if you guys know the map, the United States map well, but it's a lot going over the Proudfoot home there. There's a Proudfoot family. Not only does the Proudfoots have family there, but so does KP. I mean, she's got family in Virginia. So that property has got the state of Tennessee now. It didn't before, but now it does. It has the state of Tennessee. It's got the TBI. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just looking for schools. I've got several of the Embark schools, the Newport Academy schools. They're all over the United States. They're residential. I don't know if the HIPAA would, I don't know if that would, I don't know the law, but I would think that if you've got an Amber Alert, the HIPAA is not, it goes out the window, right? I just don't know enough about it to know for sure. But some of these schools are dead on, right where the state of Tennessee and the TBI are. So that's something that I'm taking note of,
Interesting, right?
Yeah, I think so. So I've been working on it. I'm still trying to think outside the box and put in some schools, some residential schools. Again, I don't know how they're going to, save their ass if that were to be the case. I don't see how that's going to be in a benefit. And I don't see how they're not going to be arrested, unless he just shows up at 18 and says, hey, I'm not missing. And just, I don't know how that would work out. I don't know how he's just going to appear, but we can look at other cases like Alicia Navarro, and it does happen. It can happen. I just don't know how it's going to happen to where the parents wouldn't be held responsible for all the resources all the time, all that. Friday.
It's a crime. It's a crime to lie.
Right.
If he's been told to, if they're telling them he ran away and then they shipped him somewhere in the UK or France. My
Right.
girlfriend's daughter has that. I'm almost positive it's that same chromosomal deletion. So I'm going to ask her about that because, I remember it's not as, I don't know if it's the same one. So I want to, be careful. If it's the same one, I don't know if it's as rare as it used to be. It used to be more rare, but I'll find out from Felice.
Yeah, I've done my research. It's very rare.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. The chromosomal deletion, the 6q27 chromosomal deletion is very, very rare. It's rare enough where you would want to be doing research. And where are you going to research? You got to research the kids or the adults that got it. You know, So I know that Friday. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I just want to make sure everybody understands.
Okay.
This chart is specifically schools that you added that are more interested in the research versus changing behavior or not.
The research with the chromosomal deletion is in the UK.
Okay.
So you would have to go to the UK to see lines there. So you can go to the UK. It's going to be to the right.
Is there anything on the chart?
Yeah, you're going to have to, the map is going to keep going. There you go. So if we look at these other countries to the right, yeah.
Okay.
And then go over the UK. We got one in the Netherlands. Okay, so we've got a research facility in the Netherlands. And we have research facilities in the UK. Right there. These are the addresses that my mom gave me because as soon as I told her he had 6q27 chromosomal deletion, she did her own research and she's like, "Girl, they got a whole research thing going on in the UK."
Wild.
Yeah.
That seems questionably immoral. Because if you're a child like Sebastian, how do you say you're willing to volunteer yourself to do this if you're delayed, challenged developmentally? You can't give proper consent. And so the parents have done it for him, which is really disturbing. If that's what's going down in this case, that's really concerning.
Yeah. And would it be, with them being military and everything, you do kind of wonder, is it, it's about who you know. It's about who you know. And so there could be, but you see all those lines going over France? There's a lot of them that's going over France too. But
yeah,
that's amazing that there's that many going over France too.
Well, and even higher up, look at Ireland too.
Yeah.
Wild. Okay, hon.
So yeah, that's what I've been doing. I'm just adding schools.
Okay. And we still have the ones in Alaska, Juneau. So do any of them stand out?
And then if you want to, you can even look at Puerto Rico, because we all know that she went to Puerto Rico. And that's going southeast, leaving from Florida. Yeah. You can even look and see there, so I've definitely put some other pertinent places, but Puerto Rico, the FBI is right there. Now, leaving from Texas Roadhouse, the FBI is going right over it. So the black lines are the FBI.
Unbelievable. Also going through the Dominican.
Yeah. We know that they went to Puerto Rico. She loves to buy jewelry in Puerto Rico, I hear.
So that line says FBI 10th house, Astrea conjunct Jupiter and Leo.
Yeah. So there's justice here. Click on that purple line. This is what sent me. So Melissa's Mercury in Gemini It's in good standing with trans Pluto and Leo. So her trans Pluto and Leo, it's an 1808 degree in Leo. So she has an 1808 degree in her chart in Leo. Nina has an 1808 in Leo, trans Pluto in her chart.
Wow.
So does the DA, and so does Judge Blanton.
Wow.
Yeah. So they're going here too. They're going here too. Not just Melissa.
Interesting.
I just don't need to draw them in because I know that this is a pertinent angle.
Right.
With the DA.
And what about Turks and Caicos here?
You know, I mean, yeah, we could look at all of them. We could look at Dominican, but we know she went to Puerto Rico.
I know.
You know, so.
But these lines are also going right through the
Dominican. On a mission trip, for all we know, in Haiti.
I
for all we
know.
know, he could be on a mission trip right there. You know?
Right.
Katie's right there. Yeah, this is her South Node where she's been before.
Just so it's like, it's encouraging and discouraging at the same time.
It is. It is because you don't know. We don't talk to Katie, so we don't know where she's been before. There's
there's so many possibilities.
The green right there by Katie. Yeah, that's a missing. That was the anti-vertex. So there's a grounding here. Then we got another green line that's right to the left. And then we got the TBI. They're yellow. And this is where they have a fate. So they have a fate. They have a fate right here. Hold on. They have a fate here with the, hold on, go back down. I want, so this angle right here is the TBI. Their 9th house of Capricorn is fated with the 4th house of Leo with Mars. So if we go to that Capricorn angle and we go all the way up northwest and we look for this angle,
okay, which
I want to show you there is a school on this angle. So the 4th of Leo could be about home school or a residential school. So if you want to scroll out where you can click on that angle and you can find the other one that's going northwest. You can find this angle, this geometric angle. So just click on that yellow line again and it'll show you, it'll highlight. Well, you're not going to be able to see it though if you go down. Oh, you might could.
Sorry. I'm learning. I just trying to find, I'm trying to see the angle.
I think you turn it. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay. I'm just trying to follow the angle because it gets lost in here. Okay, so it's up here. I just got to figure out which one it is up here.
Left. Keep going west. Go all the way west. Yeah. So you're about to find that angle with the TBI. Keep going to the west. No, it's going to be down. It's going to be that other yellow line, right? No.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to, I'll have to zoom in to.
Here it is. Okay, so yeah, so follow that line and go up to the west. There it is. So if you want to zoom in.
Goes right to friggin' Canada, right to Victoria.
Go down some. Now zoom in over Washington, Seattle, right there. All right, so click on, yeah, so now click on that marker. Newport Academy in Kirkland, Washington. That's a residential facility. So there's a justice here that goes down in Puerto Rico by the DA. So this angle is also going to be at an angle with the DA. So I'll be making sure I put that in here. There's the missing, there's the natal, you know, you can turn on the parents, you can turn on.
Well, was there not, did not Crime Time Buzz refer to them a sighting or whether it was a tip and it was validated or not, near the port of Oregon or Seattle, or am I missing that in the last couple of months?
Yeah, but this isn't Oregon. This is Seattle, Washington.
No, I know, but it's not that far from the coast. Is it?
Sorry, I had to let Jeff in the door.
No, sorry.
So no, Ford's Pond is, you can click on Ford's Pond. You can go south right there, that next marker.
Right.
There
So
it
it's
is.
not
See how
right
far
through.
that is? That's
Yeah.
that's a no-go.
Okay.
So
So
far,
which lines?
anyway. So far. So
Okay.
far it's a no-go. But yeah. So if they went to Oregon, maybe they were in Washington too. Who knows?
Right. Okay, so which lines am I turning on?
Well, you can just zoom in and click on them if you want. You can see those that are right there. You can turn on, I think you turned them all on. Yeah. So
Okay.
Seth, the state of Tennessee, and the state of Tennessee is right here with their Chiron. Their Chiron is the blue lines. The red is, of course, the natal lines. The green is the missing. And that's with all of my maps. So the state is going to be the blue. The yellow should be the other agency that's working.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to zoom in, you can look at those lines. See what, I don't know if I've got any, yeah, I don't have it. But see this, the fourth house of Leo, this angle that there's a fate with. So Leo and Cancer are going to be fated. That means that the education, the Leo energy is fated with Puerto Rico, where she went, and here. I don't know that there's not any, that Sebastian wouldn't be in a homeschooling in Puerto Rico, but he could definitely be here too. So look at the green line, see what the green line is saying. So this is the missing fifth house, outer wheel in Capricorn. So this would be about kids in school, because the fifth house of kids is about kids in school. It's publicity, it's competition. And so the red line is going to be the natal. This is his second house, Venus, conjunct Jupiter in Capricorn. So these lines are going right over Seth's house. Mm-hmm. They're going over Seth's house, and they're going up here.
Unbelievable.
I thought that was really, really interesting when I drew in that angle. I was like, what? And it just so happens to be where Newport Academy is.
Newport Academy. Can I pull it up?
Sure.
I just want to ask you one question quickly, because you mentioned yesterday on your live that him being in transit. What does that mean?
The degrees.
Does that mean he's being moving? Like he's not.
The degrees in our chart, like you're going to be fated with Tennessee on Friday. There's going to be an expansion with a lot of problems with Eric Craddock on Friday.
And I'm fated?
With Tennessee, yes, because the fate, the lunar nodes of fate are going to be at your degree that you share with the state of Tennessee that was in transit when he went missing, when Sebastian went missing.
I know, but I have no idea what that means. You know, it's like, what the hell does that mean?
You don't know what fate means? You know what fate means.
Yeah, but what does that practically mean for me? Like, we find Sebastian? Like.
Well, I mean, I would hope so, but I mean, probably not.
Okay.
Probably not. I'm really, I'm really pessimistic when it comes to, the law enforcement as finding Sebastian, but we just never know. We could uncover something that maybe is going to be weighing on Eric Craddock, but the weight is going to be surreal for him. Are we going to have weather? I just don't know how that's going to work out for us on Friday.
Okay.
And I've got to do a live so I can talk it out with my, with my chat, so I can see if there's anything, it could be weather related. It could be, we could have a damn earthquake or something. I mean, I just don't know. But Eric Craddock is going to be in transit with the United States government. He's going to be in transit with Trump. This is going to be Friday, so I'm going to have to try to figure out what it could be. Yeah, I screenshotted that just so I can put it on the map.
Okay.
Yeah, any places like that, Deborah, anybody, y'all, any places that you know that they have been to, especially after Sebastian went missing or right before, let me know. I can put it on the map. Because that could be the South Node. That could be the South Node there. Yeah, CB. Right. So yeah, they have inpatient and outpatient. So they have residential places, and then they have like the one in Maryland is an outpatient. The other ones that I have, that's the only outpatient one that I have. All the other ones are inpatient. They're residential.
This is the part that scares me. Like that he could be in someone's private home. Like that's wild. Like how do you find him there? Like in that, like that's like really a needle in a haystack. If it was an institution like a building, way easier.
TB was working in Juneau of April last year. Yeah, we've got Juneau on the map. And we do have Colorado. Now I do have Donna, a school in Colorado as well that we could look at.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Yep. There's actually 2 in Colorado that's right there by Dog the Bounty Hunter.
No way.
Uh-huh. Yes way.
Does he know? Can we go get him to go look?
Probably not.
Probably not.
He's not to offend anybody. Please don't take offense to this. But the Bible thumper is definitely not going to be interested in anything we do.
Yeah.
I tried to link the map to Nick, and I'm glad that he and I didn't work together. But I'm just saying, he wouldn't have you have to have an intellectual capability to do this and to understand and to try to follow. And you have to have that capability,
Listen, I emailed and called Dog multiple times with leads, and I got a public acknowledgement when I went public going, hey, Dog, you said to call in leads. I'm calling in leads. You're not calling me back. Until I called him out publicly, I didn't hear back. And then I got a text going, oh, they'll reach out to you. And then I got fucking nothing. Nothing.
Girl, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of anything about Dog. No fan.
Well, this is what I'm trying to say. Like I came out and people were like, you're being fucking harsh. It's like, that is in members, that reading's in members. And I called it and I put it back in members because I didn't want to upset stuff. But I was like, he ain't going to find them. Ain't going to do it. He's not finding Sebastian. Not happening. So it was a lot of fanfare and a lot of fucking chaos for not much success in return.
Uh-huh. The thing is with KP, CP, and his parents, the only Capricorn that I can find in their charts is a 9 degree. So but that 9 degree I do believe is going to Colorado. So we may want to check that location.
You want to pull the chart back up?
Just look at it. Yeah. Since we're talking about them, and wouldn't that be something if Sebastian was found right there by Dog? Ha!
Yeah, it sure would. The only thing we can hope for, if this is the case and Sebastian's in one of these residential schools and he wants out, that he gets out and gets to a phone.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So we're going to go back to the east into Colorado. And I'm just now, we're going to go back to the west.
I know. Sorry.
Straight west. That's okay. That's okay. Past Kansas to the west.
Past more to the west?
Yeah, we're going more to the west. Right there in Colorado. Go up a little bit. Zoom in. yeah, kind of come down a little bit. Yeah. So that's dog. Yeah, take that off, please. Yeah, turning the addresses back on, but sorry, I shouldn't have.
That's okay.
Okay, so those, not that one that's on the red line, but the one above it is a school.
In Boulder?
There's a school right there. Yeah. That's Embark Behavioral Health. And then what's the one above it? It could be Embark too. Yeah. So that's a different type of school. That's called Embark Behavioral Health School.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you want me to go look it out, or do we need to look at it?
I
Or
don't. You know, that's the only thing I was saying is that the only Capricorn that I can find, this is Capricorn lines, and they don't have anything in their charts with Capricorn. So that's been kind of a problem. These are the only Capricorn, but the state of Tennessee would ride Katie's Capricorn line with their outer wheel.
Okay.
And I've seen the state of Tennessee find people on that 7 Capricorn line. So she has her Saturn on a 7 Capricorn line. So I feel like I haven't really, I want to see more come on that Capricorn line of hers because she is sharing it with Chris. I haven't drawn Chris in yet, but he's going to be writing that with her.
Okay. Interesting.
And so if I'm looking for Sebastian in Colorado, I want to go south. I want to find something that would be more south in Colorado. Yeah. That's going to ride her line.
New Mexico. So there's nothing else in.
So yeah. So see that blue line, that light blue line, that's Katie's. That's where her Neptune in Capricorn is. That's conjunct her Saturn. I need to put that. Her Neptune and Saturn is opposing her Chiron in Cancer. So it's pertinent. That's a pertinent line for her.
Mm-hmm. Wendy's
the state of Tennessee would actually ride it with her. It'd be on the same exact line. And so would Chris and Melissa. They'll be right here too. And this is where Seth descends. He descends relationships right there with dog.
That's not good.
Mm-mm.
Wait, so my question was, you were talking about Sebastian and movement. Doesn't mean he's physically moving houses, does it? Like, could one group home say, we can't cope with them, we're sending them to another? Is that a possibility?
No, I think once it's done, you're in the residential home.
Okay.
There's some of them that I wish, that I knew that they were looking into. I've yet to hear what schools that they were actually looking into, but it would be nice to know because some of those schools that they were looking into, he could be.
Yeah. And Seth never got that evidence. He would have it, wouldn't he?
Yeah, you would think that he would know.
Okay.
But he has not told me. He's not told me the ones that they were talking about.
Wendy has a question.
So time and place, where time moves, helps pinpoint. Yeah, in a way it does, Wendy. So from the point of disappearance, which this map is showing, the point of disappearance would be the time that he left the roadhouse. Everything that is moving in the sky, all those different geometric angles are being measured out on the Earth's terrain. So you can think of the transits as a time clock. You get up at, you've got your alarm set at 5 o'clock. You got to leave at 6. That time that you wake up at 5, I can turn on the transits and we're going to see a time. We're going to see the time ticking. But instead of actually looking at a time clock, like we're used to, 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock, it may rise at a 5 degree. So those degrees in our charts, the degrees are telling a story. And if they come across your degree, it doesn't matter if it's in the same sign or not. If it's coming across one of your degrees, there's an expression. Your kid is calling. You know, there is something that's happening at that time because time is allotted. Every second of every day is allotted. That's what astrology has shown me anyway. If that makes sense, you know, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a footprint astrologically.
That's a good way to explain it, though. So time and place, where time moves, helps pinpoint. Yeah, it's another way of looking at it for sure. I'm a physics girl. I love it. I love time and space.
Yeah, see, I'm not so good at math.
Oh, I can't stand math, girl. I didn't. They added in the alphabet, and I was like, hold up. No, we're not doing that. I can do 2 + 2, 2 × 2, but all that other stuff, no. Yeah, I'm with you on that, girl. So
I feel like hopeful but overwhelmed. Like, where do we go from here for Sebastian? Like, how do we?
We keep working it, babe. We just keep hoping that some of these transits that are going to be coming into fruition are going to do something great. It's going to do something great. And in the morning, I am going to, because tomorrow is my only like real day to really get into my housework and my transitory energy and what I'm seeing coming.
Yeah.
Because I've got to go to Nashville. I'll do that every Wednesday, and then I come back on Thursday. And so I'm going to do probably an early live in the morning. So I got to go to the doctor at 10:30, or I may do it when I come back around noon. I don't know. I'll figure it out. It's probably going to depend on how I sleep and what's going on in the morning. But I definitely want to get that done that way. And maybe you can come in if you're not busy. That way, because I can help you pinpoint time that we can observe together. You know, that we can observe the energy together.
Okay.
And if you don't have time, then I'll definitely, you know, you can go back and look at it, or I can tell you this is the time that we're looking at. So this Seth receives lead here with the divine justice with Astrea and Capricorn. This is actually where he connects with the TBI. So that Astrea that you were just on was Seth up above.
Sorry, I'm just looking for it again.
Okay. Yeah. Go up above. Go up. Yeah, right there. Yeah, he's right in the state of Tennessee, but this is where he is connecting to the TBI. So what I mean by connecting to the TBI, he's going to be that gray line that's right, but he's right below the state of Tennessee. They're writing each other, right? So not only does the TBI have their Astrea going this way, but so does Seth. I like this. I like this angle. And I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, these lines go through Missouri, where there's also a school.
Kansas City,
There's
Missouri
something
here?
here, though. Yep. That's a school too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
There's Seth. There's the school.
Mm-hmm. When I say connecting, it means that they've got the same degree. It doesn't have to be in the same sign. It's just the same degree. Because when you meet someone, like I've met Liane, I have a 319 Pluto. It's a 3 degree and 19 minutes. It's a 3 degree and 19 minutes. She and I have this same degree in Libra. Hers is Jupiter, mine's Pluto. It has to do with the law enforcement and justice, okay? It has to do with relationships and contracts. This Libra energy that she and I share, it doesn't have to be in the same sign. So she could have it in Sagittarius. I could have it in Libra, but we're still connecting with it. We just have to add in the Sag energy. with that connection, right? So the other people that have the 319 is the stock market. The New York Stock Exchange has the 319. King James, his moon, has the 319. And I could keep on going. Tucker Carlson, he has the 319. He's big about, politics and he's a journalist, big with politics, putting out massive stories. That 319 is going to be in transit with Mars in Libra in the same sign with me and Leanne around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well,
around 1 o'clock in the morning. So
I was wondering if I could, could it be, I was going to ask you this, I'm glad you're bringing it up. Could it be that I get a vision? Because my guide said I'm going to get one more vision with Jack and Lily. Could it be that?
I think if you're going to get a vision, it's going to be when it comes into the, you share that 334 degree, the 3 minutes, the 3 degree and 34 minute in Libra with Canada. So, maybe I should draw that in.
Yeah. Can you?
I should draw that in because that's where you are connecting with your Uranus. So you get shakeups, you get visions, and then you report it to them. And that is where they are very open to relationships that do give, but it could also be somebody that has been to prison before, somebody because in their 12th house of Libra. So it could be somebody that's been to jail before, to prison before. It could be something from the past that you have sent to them that they are looking into. I don't know. I just don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Are you not adding it now? You're going to add it later?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out. I'll be texting you if I have a vision first thing in the morning.
Okay. Yeah, just text me in the morning. Let me know how you're doing.
You don't want to call it 1 in the morning?
I'll definitely be asleep. And hopefully, it's not where I'm getting up and I'm coming down the steps and I have an accident. Pluto is intense, transformative, but there's an intensity and a transformation with the law.
I'm afraid to go to sleep now tonight.
Girl.
What?
Yeah, thank you, Wendy. Yeah.
What'd she say?
She said it makes total sense. Yeah.
Yeah. You can't, the Earth is in motion. The Earth is moving. All the planets are moving. So all these lines are the relationship, and Jen, tell me if I'm explaining it wrong, between all the planets and the energy in relation to the people that we're studying here. Right? And
right.
In relation,
I call them the spheres of influence. These spheres of influence are influencing us. Other astrologers, most astrologers that I've ever heard, they don't, no, they fucking do. Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. They influence us. It's like, okay, this clock, so one of my readings that I did today, the reading that I did really quick before I got on here, she is so connected to New York. It's not even funny. And I told her, I said, you must be sensing some things going down because I'm looking at your chart, but then I'm seeing New York's, and then I pull up New York's. And I'm like, yeah, you are so, because she lives in New York. And I'm like, you are so connected to New York. There's things going on in New York. There's things going on in Maine. There's things that are happening tomorrow, next day that I don't know if it's going to be about the weather. I have no idea. But I feel like she is so connected. And it's because her lunar nodes of fate are connected to New York. She has other connections to New York besides that are going to be in transit tomorrow. So is it going to be something personal for her? Or is it going to be something with New York? We'll have to see. We'll just have to see. But being an observer is the best way to observe this, because if you haven't observed it yet, then all you're going to do is regurgitate something that somebody else said, and more than likely going to be wrong. Or you can observe the energy. That way, when it comes about again, you can say, well, this pattern has showed me that this is a way that it could express itself.
Right. Same thing with tarot, right? Like this card can express itself and manifest itself in various ways. This card in this moment in relation to the other cards is telling me it's expressing this. It's got 10 other meanings and could have one of those 10 other, any 9 of those other meanings if other cards show up or if I pick up that energy. So tell me again if I'm wrong, because I just want to make sure that I explain this going forward properly. To me, it's an energy footprint. It's an energy footprint on where the planets are and what the energy is that might affect our emotions and actions in relation to the person, places, and events that we're comparing it to. Is that fair, Jen?
That's very fair. And, you know, the other thing, too, is that the tarot, it is interconnected with astrology. So the cards, this is just my opinion. And I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings when I say this, but when the cards were created, they were based on the movement of the stars. And we started divining as a people. We started divining. No longer are we just looking at the stars. Now we want to divine with cards, playing cards. But people didn't want to go to work. They were too busy divining because it was so astronomically beautiful the way that the cards can dictate the planetary movements. So whereas if I were to pull a card and I'm pulling a card, say the Justice card. Well, the Justice card is Libra. It's Venus. You know, that major arcana is telling me that there is something that is going to come about that has to do with the justice system. Right? So I think that is something I wish that I want to start implementing on these lines where I can talk about the tarot too, because that is where, you know, we could even evolve the tarot with the astrology too.
Well, that's what I want to do. And I'm still trying to, that's why I'm saying with everybody, like, help us, like, be patient with us because we're trying to figure out how to work this together. And Jen, just so you know, I chat GDP because it's my favorite, you know, personal assistant right now. And I asked about like, what's that? What?
It's my son's favorite too.
Yeah. And so I just was curious and asked if, you know, and it's like you and Jen, you didn't name you specifically, but are very likely working together and going to create a new blueprint that ties these two modes of expression for energy together. And that's literally what we're doing.
That just gave me goosebumps. Yes, that's what I'm talking about because I love
Me
to
too.
evolve. Yes, it is. That's what it makes it so real and a real science. It is. So the metaphysical community, way back when, like I'm talking about when was this? 20 years ago or something like that. Jesus. We were all talking about the way that the sun was going to show up and show out. Everybody was talking about global warming. And I'm like, look, we go through these cycles. What happens when we go through these cycles? What happens? The earth says, hey, let's blow a vent. We've got millions of volcanoes in the sea floor. We do. We have millions of them. So that's the way that the earth is going to cool herself. We don't need to do anything. She's got this. You know, we don't need to try to control, fix, and manage what the earth needs to do. She's got this. She was doing it way before we got here. And she's going to do it way after we leave. That is the metaphysical community, the metaphysics, I feel like is the real science.
Yeah.
This other stuff isn't. I think it's ass backwards there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you can even look at, absolutely. And you look at the Thoth tablets, like they were created before tarot, were they not?
The what?
The tablets, the Thoth tablets.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you want to consider them authentic, yeah.
Okay.
That's a rabbit hole. But yeah, I mean, you know, the tarot was, it's so it's so phenomenally tied with the astronomical, everything that we have observed as a people since, you know, the last 25,000 years, the things that we have documented, what we have learned based on the spheres of influence, because they do influence us.
Yep.
And are we those influencers? Are we, you know, what we are so much more than just a little piss ant on the earth. You know, we are definitely much more.
Oh, we're somebody's ant hill.
We are the stars on the earth's terrain, and I think that's.
Yeah.
I do think that. I think that we are the earth, the stars on the earth's terrain. We're experiencing ourselves. You can even think that we are the mycelium of the earth, having a wild trip while we're here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and to go back to what you were saying about this being the true science, I mean, I'm studying, because I'm writing a fictional book, I'm writing ancient lost civilizations, right? Underground civilizations.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, look at the pyramids and everything else. Those were built with astronomy in mind thousands of years ago, following the astrology.
Thousands of years ago, our astronomers were also astrologers. You know, we used to have classes in astrology schools. You know, our hospitals used to be where we would go to the physician, and they would read our dreams. They would, you know, we would get in a sauna, or, you know, we would do yoga. Things were so much different back then. When it comes to the, you know, the Asclepions in the Greek, you know, Asclepius, he had Asclepions.
Yeah.
So those were hospitals. They weren't prescribing meds. They weren't doing all that, you know. But did they begin to do that? Did they begin to play with the herbs? And then now it's evolved into what we know now as big pharma. Sure.
Well, and shamanism, they studied cycles in the moon and earth cycles, right? Hey, Keika, we're almost done, sweetie. So I'm sorry to say that to you, but we are almost done. And I just want to thank you, Alicia. Yeah, it's you're right. It's like these things our ancient ancestors knew long before we did. And now we're still like, you know, this is wackadoodle woo-woo shit, and it's literally thousands of years old. It's ancient wisdom, not woo-woo, right?
Well, it's because I left real estate. You left real estate, and look at us. We're divining. Does that build the empire? Does that build the Saturn empire? No, it doesn't. So that is what they don't want us doing. They don't want us to know that, you know, that like today. So today there was an explosion. I'm going to do a little bitty video about it and post it, but I'm going to show that these degrees, and I'm constantly saying the degrees in our chart literally matter in the state of matter. Pennsylvania's chart, those degrees, their Venus was in transit today. All day. It was in transit. And I'm going to show that because the transitory energy that was in transit with their Venus was a collective health energy with a lot of energy, a lot of publicity.
Yeah.
It's fiery. So that explosion was in transit.
Yeah.
It was in transit yesterday, going to be, I mean, you know, it was, I could have seen it yesterday. I could have seen it last week. I could have seen it last year, but I wasn't looking at Pennsylvania for today at that time that it happened.
Right.
But it's already been foreseen. It was foreseen when Pennsylvania became a state.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Well, listen, in my opinion,
we have to look at things like that and go, okay, there's a fate.
Right.
So don't we need to have faith in fate that no matter what we try to do to fix, manage, control anything, all we can do is the best that we can do and just hope and hope that it works out in our favor. But whatever is going to come has already been foreseen.
It's already been predetermined.
It's predetermined. Yeah. Our free will, we can look at it. I can pull your free will up, and there it is, your birth chart. That's the will.
Yeah.
And in Sanskrit, that's the will. It's the will.
Yeah. I know this sounds absolutely bizarre, but I do have this memory of selecting my current life and being in spirit form, being in light, talking telepathically to a form that wasn't human, and being told, here are your two choices. This one is going to be a harder family, but you're going to release your karmic and get back your, play out your karmic cycle and clear your karmic debt faster, if that makes sense. Or you got this family. Like, I really believe, whether that was a dream, a vision, or truthful, something that literally happened, who knows, because it's my memory that I had it. But you decide before you're born the fate and life that you chose.
Yeah,
you decided.
I personally don't believe in karma. I just believe that there is a fate. And each life, we're just going to come in. I mean, what else do we have to do? We're just going to come in with, our brother might be our dad. And we're going to replay some of the past energies, and we're just trying to, have an experience. This is kind of like a school. We're just kind of experiencing. It's really, it's not as deep. It's not as, this earth is, we have the yin and the yang. We have a good and bad. Sometimes the good, people will say, other astrologers will say, well, it's a good standing. It's a trine. It's a sextile. Okay. Well, that don't mean that it's going to be good. Okay. That doesn't mean that it's going to be good. There's times that sextile, like when I'm looking for, like, if Daniel were the one to have done something with those kids, if he had, well, then I want to look at I want to look at his Neptune. I want to look at his Cupid. I want to look at, I want to look at some of these geometric angles that's going to show some darkness, like we were just looking at, that's in a good standing. Well, for him, it's in a good standing right now. But when does it become a bad standing? Because the yin and the yang is going to take place. We're going to have good and bad. And we can't always, astrology isn't that predictive as it is a great observance that we can go back and we can go, oh, that's exactly what it is. It's in hindsight. We can see it now clearly.
Because it's an expression of potentiality, but we have to remember we're all interconnected and there's free will involved in all of our choices.
Right.
And so it's a potential that justice may be had. But what if one of the police officers involved investigating, I'm just throwing out a hypothetical, doesn't follow their instinct that day or doesn't show up there's all kinds of intersecting people and energies and things that affect the potentiality. Is that making sense? Is that right, Jen?
Very much so, yes.
So it's an expression of what can happen, but all the players have to line up. We all have a free will on how we want to respond. And that affects the potential of whether that is actually comes into expression or it remains something that was a potential.
Right.
Okay.
And the energies, I mean, we can, the explosion, I'm going to show, with the Pennsylvania explosion today, I'm going to show how it expressed itself with that explosion. But could it have been something else? I could have maybe it's just their Venus. It could be, something having to do with money. It could be something having to do with schools. It could be something having to do with an earthquake or a plane or a helicopter. Or, you just never know.
Mm-hmm.
You never know. And there's different ways. Like my astrology board that I started out with years and years ago, I still have it in my office, and I'll add on to it. I told Jeff I need a whole wall. I just need a whole wall because there's so much that I want to put on there. But like I've got Neptune. So that 12th house with Neptune, I've got the dates on it. It's a feminine water mutable. It's two fishes with the cups of the tarot, the 8, 9, and 10 of cups, the hangman. It's illusion. There's deception here. It could be about nirvana, meditation, spirituality. It's the quote unquote, I believe house. Poseidon would be the higher octave of Neptune. But there is a deception here. There is something that we may not see. But when I read your chart and I'll look at your chart, I'm going to go, hold on, Liane, that Neptune, that 12th house, what's going on with your mom when you were in the womb? Because what is the amniotic fluid? It's the amnesia that comes over you that wipes it out. Your memory is wiped, or sometimes maybe it's not. It just depends on the...
Oh, I have no memory, very few memories of childhood.
Your memory may not be wiped out because you may have to have that experience in life where you do remember a past life, where other people are going to be like, what? Oh, yeah, I remember doing this. I remember doing that. And then we find out, you know,
oh,
whoa.
Yeah. Well, I used to talk to my parents about being Mexican. And I still to this day have a vision of my brother diving off the cliffs in Mexico. And I was Mexican, but he scraped his belly the whole way down because he jumped didn't jump out far enough. And my parents used to talk about this all the fucking time. And we're like, you've never been to Mexico, Liane. So there you go.
Well, I mean,
right?
you know, that's something that we could look at with your chart to see if you're connected to Mexico. But the 12th house, you know, I can go on and on. You know, it's surrender, it's acceptance, it's your unconscious. It could be drugs, alcohol. There's a loss here. There's endings. You know, it's your link to the spiritual world. It could be your immune system. It's the great dissolver. You could be a martyr. It could be about sacrifice. It could be about the gift of prophecy. It's behind the scenes. You're working behind the scenes here. So there's so many different ways that we can express Neptune, that Pisces energy. There's so many different ways that we can express it. Just like with all the other houses, with all the other signs, there's so many different ways. So when we're looking at it from an astrology, you know, if we're looking at the astrology, we're going, and people are saying, well, what does that mean? What do you think is going to happen? I'm like, shit, I can come up with probably 10 scenarios right now.
Yeah, 12 options. Yeah.
I can come up with a bunch of scenarios, but my ass is going to go dark. I'm going to go dark because I do work with the dark moon a lot. I do work with the darkness a lot. So, you know, with death, with, you know, things that are religious, with my philosophy of life and how I deal with relationships, I can go dark there. So, you know, it may not be as dark as I'm seeing it. You know, I'm thinking about my Pluto and I'm like, well, damn, am I going to walk down the steps and, you know, croak or what? But Pluto is generally nothing having to do with death. The Scorpio, now that's a different story.
Oh, my Scorpio's not good.
The Pluto itself depends on the sign that it's in and how it's going to express itself. So just like Uranus, you know, Uranus is going to express itself in a different way than it was in Taurus. Now it's in Gemini. So we've got a difference here. It's about the communications. It's about our electrical grid.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting you talk about in the womb because I always suspected, because my mom didn't want to have me, right? She found out she was pregnant after my dad was abusive, and she tried to go back to her parents, and then she was told she was like 18 or 19 rather. No, you made your bed, you sleep in it. So she never wanted to have me. So interesting you put up in the you picked up on the womb and the embryo, because I think I picked that up as I was in embryo, like
so
in development.
Did she have other kids that she didn't have, or why was it that she didn't want to have you?
Because 2 weeks after she married my dad, he started getting abusive.
Well, remember I told you that you had a full 12th house, like your 12th house you got a lot there. You got a lot.
I don't remember.
Yeah, you got a lot there. So, you know, maybe one day we'll do instead of talking about the kids, we'll just do a reading with you, you know.
What does that mean? 12th house is a lot there. Now you got me curious. Yeah, maybe we will.
Well, you've got a lot in your 12th house. So you've got your North Node, you got Eris, you got Saturn, which you'll be going on a Saturn return. You're going to go through.
I'm doing it now.
It'll be a while before it comes, but it's coming.
I thought it was now.
Oh, hold on. Well, are you? Oh, we are? Okay. All right, babe, hurry up. I'll be missing you. I'm getting off this live soon. You're not going to be here. I love you. Be careful. So your Saturn return isn't here yet because your Saturn is in Aries at an 18 degree and 50
Oh,
minutes.
that's what it is. It's because when I look at my Vedic astrology, I'm in my Saturn return because I'm Aries in Vedic astrology. That's what it is. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
So you're not going through it just yet. You're not going to go through it just yet. You're going to go through it, and I will definitely be here and help you through that. So the Saturn return. Okay, so get the Saturn.
It doesn't get any better than the last 7 years. Now I'm scared.
You got your Vesta, you got your polar descendant, you got your anti-vertex here, you got Sedna, you got Admetos, you got Hades, and me and you are highly connected. Even me, you receive information from me, and I receive information from you.
Yeah.
We receive information from each other a lot. And we are highly connected through your co-ascendant in that 12th house. So this information, and it's interesting that I will find that 1850 degree in different states, and it's going to come to me because I'm asking right now. That 1850, I'm going to find it. What state, what country has it? That way you know who has it. And I want to say, Daniel, hold up.
Okay.
I think.
Hang in there, Liane. No kidding. Now I'm scared. I thought I was dealing with it with the shit I went through the last 7 years with my dad.
But the Saturn being there, that could be, that's, you've got, so your 12th house starts in a critical, it's a 2908. It's critical in Pisces. So that means, Liane, that your 12th house is Piscean. You have a 12th house that's Pisces. But all of your attributes are in Aries and in Taurus. So you have to, this is where it gets complicated with the astrology. So you have to add in the Pisces energy with your Aries energy. So any of those glyphs that you have in that 12th house, it's also going to be attributed with Pisces, which is that unconscious. It's where you are having that gift of prophecy, where you're prophesying. And all of that Aries energy, the Saturn with the Aries energy is what you were just talking about with your mom and your dad.
Right.
Yeah. So that's a pattern.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a pattern. Yeah.
Okay. So
So
prophesizing, hopefully that means my visions get stronger. But I don't know that has any relation to it. I'm just hoping.
Well, Saturn is about a responsibility and accountability. And that is what you're doing. You're trying to be accountable. You're being not just accountable, but you're being responsible when it comes to your chats and things of that nature. But I know that I saw that 1850. I just don't know where the hell I saw it.
Okay.
But I did just see it. Maybe not today, but I remember that 1850, but I don't know.
And what's that about again?
Come to me.
Somebody has it, so you don't know
Right.
It's prevalent, but who you don't know.
Right. I don't know if it's in Aries. Don't remember if it's in. I want to say that it was in Libra. So that would be in an opposition of that Saturn. So if we could get a jump start on it, that would be great.
Okay.
That would be great. It's definitely not with Canada. So it's not going to be with Canada.
Interesting.
Yeah. I want to look at it and see if it's New York, because I feel like I just saw it even today, but maybe not.
I know, Kaika. It fascinates me too, and it's a lifelong of learning. I've wanted to learn for so long, so I just got to get my deck done and a good chunk of my book, which I'm failing at miserably. I'm not in the mood to write these days, despite being told I need to write. But yeah. Thank you, Wendy. I think we do well together.
I think so too. Yeah, we do.
We do. And I just jive. Like, I think we just jive with each other. We just kind of, you know, probably piss Jen off when I text her so many times, but, you know, I can
No, you
kind of pick up
don't.
on that.
No, you don't.
Okay.
No,
Well,
you don't.
definitely won't call you at 1:30 in the morning when I get my vision.
Yeah. Well, just write that sucker down.
Okay, sweetie. I think we should call it a day. You've been here graciously for 4 hours and 17 minutes. So
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get some
yeah.
videos done, do some stuff, and I've got the doctor in the morning, and then I do want to do something with my live and talk about these transits and get them out because it's a lot.
Go for it.
It's a lot coming. It's a lot coming, and I just want to refresh, get the chat going, and do that stuff.
I'm gonna do a lot too tomorrow or today and tomorrow. So let me know about the live, and I can attend yours, and then I'll do one later on. I think what I'm going to do tomorrow, everybody, is I want to go through. I'm going to just pick just Jack and Lily. I want to go through some of Sunny's lives and just pick apart what the family's saying and see if we can get some more things to dig our teeth into. You know, that whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll do that. I'll do maybe a Sebastian reading. We'll do a live on Jack and Lily, and then I'll attend your live, Jen. So just let me know what time, and then I can put mine up after.
Okay, honey.
Okay, sweetie. Thank you for your time.
Okay, you're welcome. Love you guys. Thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate your time. Your time is.
We appreciate your time. My gosh. Yes, Donna's an awesome mod. Her and I have to learn to communicate. She triggers me, but I'm trying to explain to her it's not her. She triggers me, but it's a blessing. It's the way the energy is working right now. We are in coaching, we call it projector and projectee, where we probably both suffer from similar triggers, and so we're activating each other right now. And so it's just about recognizing, hey, for whatever reason, I'm like triggered by Donna. It's not her fault. It's my trigger. I have to look in the mirror and go, okay, why is Donna triggering me? Because it's a coaching moment, because if I wasn't triggered, it would be because I was healed. So she's expressing something to me that the universe is saying, hey, you haven't resolved this yet. You haven't healed this yet. Why are you being triggered by Donna? And vice versa. And so if we look at it as a learning opportunity, Donna and I have an opportunity to heal why we're triggering each other right now and grow through it. Right. So, okay, everybody. Love you, Donna. Love all the mods. Love you, Jen. Love everybody here. I appreciate everybody's time, and we will see everybody tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll talk soon.
Yes.
See you in the morning. All right, later.
Bye, everybody. Keka, go back to the rewind, honey. Love and light, everybody. Cheers.